Good evening and welcome to this Akron Public School Board meeting on March the 24th, 2025. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Ms. Autry.
Present.
Ms. Hall.
Present.
Reverend Harrison.
Present.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Dr. Molinar.
I'm here.
Mrs. Sykes.
Present.
7 present, 0 absent.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. I ask that you all stand. We will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Member Molinar.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. Next, we will have recognitions from our superintendent, the Superintendent's Book of the Month Club winner, and House Systems at IPS.
Thank you, President Jackson. We want to say congratulations to our top readers for February. Kindergarten, Slater Harris from Betty Jane, who read 29 books, and he was also our January winner. So let's give him a hand, please. Middle school, Angelina Melvin, 6th grader from Ennis CLC, who read 15 books. So awesome job, Angelina. Let's give her a hand, please. And then high school, we have a tie at the high school level. Repeated winner for January, 12th grader Danae Boone from Ellet CLC, who read 6 books, and 10th grader Cleveland Robinson from North, who also read 6 books. And Cleveland was also a past winner this year. So let's give him a hand, and both of them. K through 5, we've had 852 books read in the month of February, up 262. We also, from middle school, had 72 books in the month of February. And we went down by 15, so we've got to pick it back up, and that's compared to last month of 87 books. And high schoolers, they read 78 books in the month of February, and up by 52 more read this month compared to last month of 26. And special recognition also goes to Barber CLC with 220 books, Ennis with 40 books, and Elliott with 27 books. So let's give them all a hand, please. And I was trying to get a video, which I don't think we got it in time. Where is Miss Williams? Okay. Is that Zion? Keziah, yes. So I wanted to show the video, so we may have to show it at the next board meeting, but I wanted to show the video. He is only 4 years old, but he is reading probably at a first grade level. He dealt with some very extraordinarily long, lengthy words, and was actually using his phonemic awareness skills to sound it out. So I wanted to showcase him, and actually it was not planned, but I wanted to showcase him and just show the great work that is happening with our students. And so if we could have Keziah come up too, and let's give him a hand. Oh.
And just a point of privilege, I saw the video, and it was something, everyone, we definitely will have to show the next video, because the level of pride, just as community members, as educators, that you'll have to see this young man read, and as the superintendent said, phonetically pronounce words. It was definitely a moment to celebrate. So thank you to Mom for bringing him down here and for the work I'm sure that you're doing with your learner to be reading at such a great level. So thank you. Let's give him another hand. And Dad.
Oh, that is so cute. I would like to see that.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you. I also wanted to acknowledge I Promise School. Are we here? Okay. I had it, but we're going to do it right now. So we're going to bring you up. Do you have everything set? Okay. I Promise, well, they're going to explain it, and I'm a hush.
Good evening. I'm Principal Stephanie Davis, and I'm really excited to share with you tonight about the I Promise School house system. When I became principal of the I Promise School in July of 2023, we had a couple of things that we wanted to bring to the forefront, and one of those huge overarching things that we wanted to bring back to the school through several transitions was a sense of community. So I talked to a lot of staff, I listened to some of the needs, and I had 2 veteran staff members come to me and say, we really would like to implement the house system. And when they told me more, I got very excited about the house system. And through the support of the LeBron James Family Foundation, we were able to get funding to send 3 staff members down. So I'm excited to share with you our journey thus far. I'm going to introduce to you Assistant Principal Kelly Postello and Instructional Coach Stephanie Arnett, who have been leading this charge at the I Promise School.
All right, so really quickly, we're just going to go over what we're going to be talking about, which is our overview, which is our why, and the introduction of the house system so that you understand it a little bit more, the implementation, and then also the impact that we have seen this school year. So the overview, what it is, and the why.
We wanted to instill a sense of belonging for every student along with the staff. And we had some universal expectations, and we were most concerned with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that a kid who belongs learns better, and just to build character and have some healthy competition in our building.
A lot of times when you're in a school that has both elementary and middle school, there's some kind of divide that kind of happens. And so what we wanted to happen was that all students knew each other, and we built that sense of community throughout our school. So you're going to notice that it's 5 houses inside of I Promise, but still just 1 IPS, just to build a better sense of community. So the house system is basically our PBIS system, so positive behavioral intervention supports. And it's just to create a safe spot, nurturing, and that belonging piece. We know that when students feel a part of something and they belong to something, we see those academic scores increase. So it's based upon our 3 PBIS our big 3, we call it, which is be safe, be kind, and be responsible. When I Promise was built, we also have instilled our 5 habits of promise, which is partner, perspective, perseverance, perpetual learner, and then also problem solver. So these are our 5 houses, and like I said, 1 IPS. So we have the House of Tuminaco, which is our house of perspective. The House of Sharisha, which is the house of problem solvers. The House of Ore, which is the house of partners. The House of Perpetuo, which is my house, which is the house of perpetual learners. We also have Nakrama, which is the house of perseverance.
Sorting day is coming.
Sorting day is coming.
Sorting day is coming.
At IPS, we do things different.
You've heard of house rules?
Well, here at IPS,
House rules take on a whole new meaning.
IPS staff,
LJFF team members,
And students are all sorted into houses
that represent different ideals.
These ideals have been part of IPS since day 1.
House Tuminaco is the house of perspective.
House Ore is a house of partners.
come on over to House Sharisha, because we are some problem solvers around here, okay?
We are House Perpetual.
We're the house of perpetual learners.
Nakrama is the house of perseverance.
The goal is to foster creativity, collaboration, and community throughout the whole school.
Hype it up, House Sharisha. Let's go, House.
Get ready. We are House Perpetual.
hype it up for House Nakramo. Sorting day is coming.
Sorting day is coming. I can't wait to see where you get sorted.
I hope you get sorted in House Perpetual. I hope you get sorted into House Nakramo.
We want you in the house of Ore.
Come on over to Sharisha.
I hope you get sorted in House Tuminaco.
Remember, you don't choose the house.
The house chooses you.
There are 5 houses,
But 1 IPS.
1 IPS.
we are stronger together.
We can't wait to get this house party started.
Sorting day is coming. Sorting day is coming. Sorting.
So with the implementation process, we wanted to make sure that the rollout that we did, we were so excited about it. Went there in June, I believe, to just go visit Ron Clark Academy. And we wanted to make sure that the rollout that we did was sustainable. A lot of times when you're hyped about things, it ends up, you get really hyped and then the newness kind of wears off. So it was very deliberate in how we rolled this out.
Was slow and steady. As you noticed in our video, that was our hype video for our 4th through 8th, and they got sorted. And then we had a special day for our 3rd grade. Our house sorting, 3rd grade was definitely different. We used the wheel, and we were going to bring the wheel, but our time did not allow. And our house structure is we all have a house leader. We have an adult house leader, and we have 1 8th grade, two 8th grade house leaders, and 1 5th grade. So we have like a embedded student government in it also.
With that, we also have house meetings and house mania. Eventually, we want to get to a spot where we're having these monthly. Right now, we're having them quarterly. House meeting is where we go over things that maybe the teachers are seeing that we need some work on, or just some information that we need to get out. Learning chants, cheers for your house, your particular house. And then our house mania is where we get together and we compete against. Right now, we're just keeping it into each house, but we eventually want to span where we are competing against houses, and just to kind of build that up. We've had 2 quarterly celebrations, so we have a quarterly house winner. And so far, it's been the House of Perpetuo. But we are small, but we are mighty. And that is just a time for the whole house to get together. We went down to House 330, thanks to the LeBron James Family Foundation, and just had a wonderful time playing games, having snacks, and just celebrating all the greatness that's happening.
Them twice.
And I kind of just talked about that.
Yeah, and these are just some nice pictures. You can keep going.
Remember, there are 5 houses, but we are 1 IPS.
I can't wait to see where you get sorted.
You don't choose the house chooses you.
Who you with?
So what you saw there was our 3rd grade sorting, and then the clips from when the 4th through 8th graders found out what houses they were in. The impact that this has had at the I Promise School so far this year has been phenomenal. Our rollout was slow and steady, and I'm very proud of my team for that. But some of the impact that we've noticed is we're building community within the school that's palpable, and it gives kids a reason for having conversation across grade levels. It gives kids that might not have an opportunity to interact with adults an immediate connection with them. And although we love every single one of our kiddos, now they have a visual of the person who is in their house loving them back. It's absolutely just folded in with our priority of creating a safe, belonging environment. It's given a structure to all of that. We have definitely seen secondary and tertiary effects, which include the connection to adults, not just in the tangible, you can see that you're loved, but also in some very practical means. So when we're working through restorative practices with discipline, we have built in now, instead of just the principal and the teacher, we have the house leader, and we have how that impacted your team. So we're really loving the connection that it has solidified within the building. We have seen a decrease in Tier 2 and Tier 3 behavioral incidents, and we look for ongoing data to support what we're feeling. Is that it? Mm-hmm. Okay. That is a summary of the house system at the I Promise School. Thank you so much for letting us share. Yeah. Were we taking any questions? Nope. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting I Promise. They also came to instructional policy, so that's why the board didn't have really many questions. But Vice President Alexander would like to make a comment. Recognize.
I made the same comment in the meeting that they came to for us. And it was a day that I was getting ready to go to work, and it was a day that I was going to go by there just to check in on someone. And, some days you're feeling tired. You just don't have the energy. I went there. It happened to be the same day that they were doing this here. And the energy in that building was so good that it jumped on me. And by the time I left and went to work, I was in a much better attitude. I had a much better mindset. That energy was just so good. And that's the type of energy we need to have here in Akron Public Schools. That type of energy will make everything great, everybody happy, and we will be such better. So I want to thank them, too, because I just happened to walk in by accident that day, but it was a day that I needed badly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Now we will have the video. We did find the video of our exceptional scholar, our 4-year-old scholar that's moving in the spirit of excellence. And so we're going to show that before we go into the board member reflections. But while we're waiting on that, I see Damon Merriweather is here. He went to STEM Middle School, also graduated from Akron Early College, is now an airman, right? Didn't you go to Akron Early or STEM? Stand up, Damon. Stand up, yeah. Which high school did you go to, Damon? Which high school? Akron Early, that's what I thought, but he went to STEM Middle, and he's recently finished. Come to the podium so the people can see you. While we're waiting, you understand? This is Ms. Jackson talking now. That's what he knows me as. And that's his little brother. So excellence runs in the family, and he's recently finished the Air Academy, right? You're an airman now, is that correct?
Basic training.
Basic training. Yes. So now you're in the Air Force, right? So I want to thank you for your future service and for your commitment to this country. And Ms. Jackson is godly proud of you, as I'm sure the board is too. So thank you. And it's good to see you, my love.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, thank you. Anything you want to say to your board?
Thank you for all that you guys do. Thank you for all the opportunities you bring to all the students. Thank you for letting everybody have a voice and just letting everybody be heard. It's really appreciated, and it definitely uplifts the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merriweather. Member Hall, please.
So we got 2 out of 3 here, these Merriweather kids. You can't forget about the sister Damiana Merriweather, who is graduating this May with her master's degree. So in DC, yeah, so.
And then she go to the Ohio State University for her undergraduate.
But we're just talking about your kids, just stand on up.
But this is what it's about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for shouting out, because she was great. She also, I'm gonna talk about the cotillion later. She killed it in our cotillion when it was her year. So we bless God for this, and that's what the community is about, is being able to uplift and recognize our kids. Here we go.
Look at the word.
Contributions and
accomplishments. Very good.
Of African Americans throughout history. It is celebrated every February in the United States, and it is history. A time for people to learn about and recognize the important role that African Americans have played in shaping our country.
Very good.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad we got to see that video, because it's truly a testament to what you feed is what will grow. And I was talking to some educators over this weekend that were talking about early literacy and the importance of our preschool programming and things like that, and how they're excited about it. And that's why it's important when things like that are done with fidelity, and when you have gifted kids or high-performing kids, that we nurture that, and we also provide a foundation, because when the expectation is here, they'll stretch to the expectation. And that's why it should always be here for the stretch and not lowered, as if we don't expect more from them. So again, thank you for sharing the video and showing the clip. Now we'll reach the point of our meeting where we have board member reflections. And traditionally, we usually start with our student board member, but he's out being great and helping his parent with something, so he's delayed, and so he won't be able to attend this meeting. But as I understand, he had a wonderful presentation and things that he wanted to share with the board and challenge the board, as our young people have been doing recently. So he won't be here today, so we'll move forward with board member reflections. Are there any board members that would like to share? Any board member reflections? Yes, Member Molnar, please.
Thank you, President Jackson. I'll start with last board meeting. We had a lot of community members speak up about case ALP. I also gave a spam email update and recommended, in order to avoid our spam filters, for people to write in the subject line something about the school or the program so it would avoid the spam filters. And I know people are watching because people did it, but I have bad news, it still went to spam. So I'm continuing to check my spam, and until we sort out our spam filter rules, we appreciate your patience. It seems like sometimes if multiple people are on the email, it's more likely to go to the inbox. I did have about half the emails went to spam, half the emails went to inbox. Not exactly sure why, but I will continue to try to have updates so we can figure it out and we can get all of your emails so we can respond to your emails, because I'm sure you're sending them to us for a reason. So that is the first part of my update. The other part is last week I went to Columbus with Member Autry. We went to the Ohio School Boards Association Lobbying Day. And we are so lucky in Akron that we have representatives in Columbus that are former school board members. So they already knew a lot of our issues, our concerns, our challenges, what we're going through. But that is just not the case in most areas, most districts, most representatives. In fact, there are a lot of representatives that are there for exactly the opposite reason. You know, they are pushing legislation from a negative public school perspective. And we're seeing this both at the state level and at the national level, as the U.S. Department of Education right now is, well, I'm not even sure. But there are a lot of false narratives about public schools, and tests like the PISA are being used to push that false narrative. And the fact is, we educate all students. Whether it's the state level or the national level, the vouchers, the test scores, we educate all students at the public schools. Without a common national test, different students from different backgrounds with different experiences and different resources, we teach everyone. And yeah, it's expensive, but it's worth it, and it's worth fighting for. It's worth continuing to push forward and be successful and thrive at it. And I do think here in Akron, here in Ohio, here in the United States, we are thriving at teaching everyone. And that's difficult to measure because other people don't have reasons to measure that necessarily. I'm almost done. Last year, when we went to the same conference, OSBA conference, we actually visited Senator Sykes, and he recommended that we have lobbyists come to the testimonies and things so they can speak to the other representatives and represent and hear from our situation. The way our community members come here and provide testimony on the record, that was recommended, and I would like us to bring up that discussion again, what we can do to get more people and our students to go and provide testimony on the record in support of our public schools generally and Akron Public Schools specifically.
Thank you, Member Molinar. Member Hall, did you have something?
You just assumed, huh? Thank you, Madam President. Last time we were here, well, actually last Friday, I did a visit at North again. And so a few things. So one, I met a teacher that he speaks 3 different languages and is fluent in sign language. So you know me, I'm like, hey, can you get another class? Can you teach sign language during your lunchtime? But no, so I just thought that was awesome that a lot of our teachers are very talented. And one day I wish to see that they have an opportunity to do more than just their class studies, right? Congratulations to Anna, who placed 7th in the state wrestling match. So let's just give a round of applause to Anna. She is a senior at North High School, and her pathway is nursing. So I was like, okay, girls can do it too. Also, shout out to 24 students in the DECA program that went to states. 5 made it to the finals, and Tapish Batari, I'm sorry if I'm destroying your name, is going to nationals, and he's going to do professional sell. He's in the professional selling category. He also placed 2nd in states. So we have our very own young person that is going to nationals for the DECA program. Also, when I was there, I did visit the child care facility, and it's pretty cool. They're on their own floor. They have their own entrance. They have 1 full day, 2 half day. And one thing the teacher said was, you know, there's students that are working here because that's their pathway. Why aren't we hiring these students after high school? And I said, why aren't we hiring these students after high school? So I would say, and I'll talk to you, Dr. Irvinson, also, we have the JOGS program, you know, for students that are unlisted, unenrolled, and unemployed, 18 to 24-year-olds. Get them in this program. Get them working for APS, and then we can build our own program of paraprofessionals. Because I know last week I asked about, did we have, like, you know, just waiting paraprofessionals, and it was a no. Well, this is something, an opportunity that we can create our own. Also, when we start to build the New North, I would love to hear from those teachers there. Mr. Morrison, who's the principal, he went through the whole Garfield build, and they kind of spoke upon making sure that the family resource and pre-K had their own entrance and science classes on every floor. And I thought that was interesting for an educator to say, this is what we need because we're here, we're doing the work. So we need to start really listening to our teachers and our staff at the schools. And then real quick, I'll make it real quick. I attended the COSSBA National Conference this past week. Layla Ali spoke about following your dreams. We all know who her dad was, but he didn't want her to box. He didn't approve of it. He said absolutely not. It wasn't until she was in Africa and fought in front of, Nelson Mandela, yes, And she said it was a 3-minute fight because she knocked the girl out, felt bad because she really wanted to put a show on. But her father came up to her after that fight and told her he was proud of her. And he apologized to her for not supporting her. And that was really big because we need to support our kids in whatever dreams they may have. It may work, it may not work, but as long as we're parents and supporting our kids, and then we have a shoulder for them to cry on if it don't work out, we got to support. So I thought that was real interesting, and she really touched me. So go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall. Are there any other board member reflections? Member Autry?
Thank you, Madam President. And so since we last met, I had the opportunity to visit my alma mater, Bookville PTA meeting, and it was nice to see students at that meeting, the class president and vice president, community members and alumni, but it was really nice to hear those students speak up and advocate for themselves, so shout out to them. Also was able to attend the Greater Akron Chamber luncheon that they had on Tuesday the 12th. And then on Thursday, the 13th, I was able to visit Ellitt's Navy JROTC drill. And so student board member Taylor Blair, who was just here at our last meeting, is actually a commander, and she mentioned that. Did a really great job. It was nice to see those young people demonstrate their discipline and their skills. Congratulations to them for doing a great job. And as it was already mentioned, I attended OSBA along with Member Molnar. They're in this budget process right now. I'm told that the budget bill won't even get to the Senate until mid to late April, so there's still a lot going on. But a few of those highlights that they're advocating for is to create a transportation work group to consider increasing the weight of the costs of transporting non-traditional students. Another thing that they're advocating for is providing more literacy coaches. So I think that's really good news in light of what we're trying to do here in the district. One thing that seemed to be just consistent is no one kind of knows what's going on. You know, as we were at these conferences, I mean, every day there was some announcement, some change, but there was a lot of encouragement. It was a lot nice to be amongst other school board members from across the entire country who are fighting hard, advocating for students, but are just concerned about the state of public education. So we got a lot of encouragement from the speakers, including Layla Ali. Member Hall just spoke about that. One of the quotes that she had was that the hardest fights make the greatest champions. And so she encouraged us to continue our fight for public education. She went to public school. She talked about being a problem child. She went to DH. All of these things. She actually went to cosmetology school before she even landed on being a boxer. So, but she was very encouraging to us. Also, I went to a workshop that talked about hardware versus heartware in terms of our school safety. So I know we talk a lot about our metal detectors, our bag scanners, but they just encourage us to also consider the hardware that comes along with keeping our students safe in the classrooms. And so that's my time, and thank you for the district for providing the opportunity to go and network with other school board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Autry. Vice President Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I was able to attend the conference as well, and it was a very good conference, probably one of the better conferences I've gone to. And I think that this was a conference that every school board member across the country should have been at, because there was so much that was going on about governance, there was so much that was going on about AI, there's so much going on about grit. And speaking of grit, there was the keynote speaker who opened up the session did such a good job that energy permeated throughout the entire conference. And he talked about, he told a story about some young kids who were attending school, were in decent homes, and how their neighborhood started changing, and how things started getting a little bad for them, but how there were a couple teachers. And so teachers who are out there, I want to let you know that you are very, very important. You touch the lives of kids all the time, even when you don't know it. And he talked about these guys, and he gave these nicknames. These nicknames were street names that those kids had. But do you know each one of those kids are no longer doing and have those names? They're doctors, they have PhDs, they're doing really well. He is a doctor himself. He could not speak. He had a very bad stuttering problem, and now he's going across the United States speaking and talking to people to help him, and it was very, very inspirational. They mentioned Layla Ali. I'm not going to say anything about that. Then there was another session I went to. There was probably about 125 people in this session. And the session was taught by a gentleman by the name of Lee Pritz. He's a presenter and he's an author. He talked about so much, but he made this so interactive. He had a game. He talked about different things that go on. He talked about our roles. He talked about teachers' roles. He talked about principals' roles. He talked about superintendent roles. He talked about everything. There was so many people in there, and I think that they're going to have him come back again, and I encourage OSBA to get him because it was so good. And I think every board member across the country should have been there to hear that as well. And then they had a lot of sessions, a number of sessions, probably at least one each day on AI. AI is so big right now. They have talking about AI in the classroom. How do we handle it? What is board members' roles? What is the superintendent, teachers, all their roles? So it was very, very good conference. I thank the district also for allowing us to attend, because it's probably one of my better conferences I've attended throughout my tenure being a board member. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
No problem. Thank you, Vice President Alexander. Is there another? All right, I have some reflections, and it's interesting when you talk about AI. I remember like over a year ago, Member Molnar kept bringing up about this Chat GPT. Chat GPT is what she came out talking about, so it's just interesting for us to get into it and try to get a handle on that, and to know it's being talked about in conferences. So since our last meeting, I attended the 41st annual La Belle Pearls Cotillion, hosted by the Akron Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. 11 of the 15 debutantes were from Akron Public Schools. Representing Firestone Community Learning Center and receiving a total scholarship award amount of $1,000 was Akayla Williams. Also representing Firestone Community Learning Center and receiving a scholarship amount of $600 was Braylon White. Receiving a scholarship award in the amount of $1,000, also from Firestone, was Brooklyn Engel. Receiving a $500 scholarship from and also attends Firestone High School was Mandaki Elbert Kalima. And receiving a scholarship in the amount of $3,200 was Kennedy Mitchell, who also is from Firestone Community Center. Bookto Community Learning Center, we had representation from Lamario Tramiel. She received a $600 scholarship. Zakaria Meadows, also from Bookto, received a $500 scholarship. From Akron Early Colleges, Akayla White received $500. Deshante Massey, $1,000. Latora Harrison, $800. And Tanaya Griffin received a $2,000 scholarship. All those students who I just read attended Akron Early College. So I think that's worth celebrating. Can we give those students a round of applause? And we thank our community organizations that come around our learners and support them financially and for the contributions the community gives for that. I also attended a community meeting in Ward 8. This meeting was incredibly informative and highlighted several topics of concern. Among the issues raised were student discipline, the cooperative agreement between the city and the district, and the potential use of leftover funds from the rebuilding of North High School. Residents were also concerned about property tax increases due to the levy. When questions concerning the taxes and the amounts resulting from the levy arose, because there was some uncertainty about what was said and what the understanding was, I immediately reached out to both Dr. Chapman and Member Autry, which both responded. Dr. Chapman, however, informed me that recently some news was shared from the city that some of the property tax assessments may have been incorrectly issued, leading to higher taxes than expected. So with this being said, for those who may be watching, or if you can share, it's advised that those individuals contact the tax office to verify and to ensure the accuracy of their assessments. Lastly, I had the honor of attending Zeta Phi Beta Mu Rho Zeta Chapter's award celebration, where they recognize the exceptional service and achievement of some of our most impactful Akron community torch bearers. The honorees were celebrated for their contributions in the areas of sisterhood, community service, and education. To my very pleasant surprise, as I was there to support my dear friend, Jacina Chapman, our very own Helen Arnold principal, LaMonica Davis, was being honored in the area of education. Additionally, former board member and now Ohio State Representative Veronica Sims was recognized for her outstanding community service. It was truly a joy to be a part of an event that celebrated such dynamic women, each of whom I personally know and can attest to the fact that they embody every admirable quality mentioned in their recognition. What a privilege to be in a room with such deserving and humble individuals, all of whom give so much of themselves to uplift and serve others. This celebration, particularly during Women's History Month, was a beautiful reminder of the power of service, leadership, and dedication to the community. Again, congratulations, LaMonica, Jacina, and Representative Sims on this well-deserved honor. Your contributions to our community are deeply appreciated and celebrated. That concludes my board reflection. Next, we will entertain the request to address the board. But first, I must read the preamble. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Participants must speak on matters related to the business of the board. Please keep your comment to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. Please state your name and your group affiliation upon coming to the microphone. The first person we have signed up to speak is Ms. Cynthia D. Blake Sykes. Stokes. Stokes, my apology.
Hi, good evening. I got a couple things to say, so I wrote a couple notes and everything out. But before I get started and to claim my time back, let's see here. So last week, committee meetings and these board meetings, they just getting out of control. To me, I think y'all losing the vision to support the children. The focus is the children, not for these power plays and making things political. And I say that because of 3 board members. Always, to me, you're working against the superintendent and not the best interests of the students here in APS. You're overreaching, you're interfering with daily operation. It's the superintendent's job to look at the daily operation and then to come to you to tell you what the needs are. I'm finding now at your committee meeting, there's no flexibility for you to even to try to support him on offsetting and accounting, a transfer for a secretary, hiring another person. These are things that the superintendent is telling you he needs. So it's either we start supporting him or don't forget the mission of the children. The other thing is that the president, the school board president, she'll bring your attorney here, your staff attorney. They'll advise you, and then you guys just do still what you want to do. You just do what you want to do. You refer to the colleague letter as a Dear John letter. That's not a Dear John letter. You're in the FO status now. Y'all gonna find out, all right? You asking for org chart, don't nobody report to you. Nobody reports to you. You're over micromanaging. You're not our superintendent. The other thing is that you have teachers that are going to come speak up here today, and that's going to be great. I'm not saying that teachers don't deserve raises. We're $10 million in deficit. We've had previous school boards that have gone bragging about how they didn't bring a levy for 10 years, and look at our financial situation. Everybody wants to highlight and bring negative to these meetings in APS, when I know that we have administrators here that can do great things and resolve issues when chain of command is followed, but they're not followed. They here today where they've already orchestrated, had a meeting, a huddle, what they're gonna say tonight, so we can throw negative on the superintendent. But let's talk about excessive absenteeism real quick. The school board has paid from July 1st to 2024 to January 31st of 2025, approximately over $2 million in substitutes. It's been an estimate of 14,000 in absenteeism. And this is from my record request, and I want to share this information with you. That's what you need to start discussing. Discuss how you can subsidize, and the complaints that they're going to bring up here with $2 million, we could get some of the things done that they're going to ask for.
Thank you, Ms. Blake-Stokes. Thank you. The next person that will be, that has signed up to speak is Ms. Villa. Excuse me, is it Camilo? Camilo Villas, my apologies.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Camilo Villa. I'm a union representative with SEIU Local 1. Several hundred members of our union work here at the Akron Public Schools, including custodial, maintenance, grounds, transportation, and child nutrition. Most recently, the safety team, who ensure that Akron students are able to learn in a safe and peaceful environment, overwhelmingly chose to join our union to address years of unheard concerns, stagnant wages, and other much-needed changes. Tonight we are here because, like the safety team before them, the IT workers here at Akron Public Schools are forming a union with SEIU Local 1. On Friday, a supermajority of the IT department delivered signed union cards to the State Employees Relations Board requesting recognition as a bargaining unit. The IT team has taken the step to unionize to address many concerns, such as will be elucidated by members of that team here today. The IT team has taken, with their supermajority filing, the IT team here at Akron Public Schools has made it clear. It is time for changes to be made and for workers to have a voice at the table. We are calling on the board and administration of APS to honor the clear wishes of the IT department and to voluntarily recognize the Union of IT Workers here at APS. It is time for APS IT workers to have a seat at the bargaining table, the same as hundreds of other APS employees, many of whom, as you can see, are here today in support behind me. So our ask to you today is recognize the union for these workers, and let's work together for an IT department that better serves the students, staff, and community here at Akron Public Schools.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jeff Beliveau. I am a TSS here at Akron Public Schools. Milo spoke about what we're here for. I want to talk about why we are here. The technology department is interested in unionizing for a few reasons, including job security, the right to be heard, and transparency within APS. Job security is always on workers' minds when the term budget cuts does come up. The recent article about budget cuts and job closures is a concern for many, as they are unsure of their future and their positions here at APS. People are worried that their positions could be next or that they might not be able to advance within the organization. We want to know what is going on with our daily work and responsibilities. When we have a seat at the table, we will all feel more comfortable about the decisions made about us and our roles here at APS. Transparency is a critical part of a healthy workplace. If the workers do not know what changes are in progress, what decisions are being made, or what actions are being taken, it is hard for any of us to act for the betterment of the district. Policies and procedures change as they are needed to ensure the safe and welcoming environment for students, including rumors about pay freezes and reductions, soft benefit removals such as the suspension of comp time and remote work for some employees here at APS. If these changes are not effectively communicated, it can hamper morale and growth as we scramble to adjust to the changes that are made around us. Workers want to be heard. For a department that is spread across a district, it is hard for us to have a say in the changes that are made, including the responsibilities and roles that are being added or removed from our daily work. Having a strong voice allows workers to feel empowered and cared about their employers. It is an important part of any workplace. If our voices are heard and opinions considered, it would make all workers feel more empowered to make the workplace better each and every day. Seneca once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen twice as much as we speak." In my time here at APS, I have spoken to many people within and without the technology department. Every one of them has expressed their love for working here and their appreciation for their fellow staff and unions. A move to recognize the IT union with SEIU 1 is another step in the right direction. The unionization of the IT department will benefit the district and the workers, allowing for better morale and retention within the department.
Good evening, board members, Madam President, Dr. Robinson, Dr. Thompson. Thank you for having us tonight and listening to our request. My name is Joshua Hollahan. Most of you all know me already. And I'm here to follow up on what Jeff and Camille said. Camille told you why we're here. Jeff told you what we want, and I'd like to explain to you why you guys should voluntarily recognize us. Now, I've been with the district for over 8 years. 3 of them have been down here supporting the board meeting on a regular basis. Over those 3 years, I've heard each board member express support of our unions and their members. And all we're doing here today is asking you guys to continue that support and vote to voluntarily recognize our new union. Now, the workers have spoken. We had an election, and we've won a supermajority of the IT staff members, which is approximately 70%. Many of the staff members that would not sign on supported the formation of the union, but were in fear of retaliation or retribution and didn't want to put their name down on paper. I couldn't talk them out of this. None of us could. So that's where we are with that. Now, last year, I was supporting one of these board meetings, sitting in that hallway back there when our superintendent said that he is very pro-union. So I would expect our very pro-union superintendent to be one of the most outspoken supporters of the new formation of this union, both behind closed doors and publicly. Another sign that he would support this union was his appointment of our temporary director. She is a daughter of a union leader. And I am confident that our temporary director will wholeheartedly support the formation of this union, as I'm sure she understands the value of having her employees' voices heard and represented, a value I'm sure her parents instilled within her. So again, board members, the workers have spoken and they've decided they want this union. So please support the union, support your employees, support their wishes to be fairly represented the same as the rest of their colleagues are. Or the rest of the thousands of colleagues are, I should say. Please vote for both efficiency and clarity for the district moving forward. to voluntarily recognize us so that we can skip this 2-month process, 2-month plus process of a second election, the one that already has been held. It would waste a lot of time that could already be used negotiating the new contracts. It will make the district better as a whole. Again, I've been working here for 3 years, and I feel you guys have all been a positive guiding force for this district up to this point. And I'm asking you guys to continue to carry on that legacy. Thank you for listening to us and our hearing and your consideration. Have a good night.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate you coming to address your board. Next, we have Ms. Brandy Vickers.
So I'm with him. Like, I feel like when we get here and we speak to you guys, we shouldn't be scared of retaliation, and that's kind of what's going on. Prior to me having a fight with APS to keep the jobs of the independent contractors, the transportation office relied on me heavily for routing, communicating with drivers, inspections, and all type of stuff. In 18 years, I've never had a disciplinary action or a warning. So after we won the battle to keep our jobs, on September of 2024, I received my first email from transportation where they CC'd the board and the superintendent saying that I was trying to provide alternative transportation. And then when I showed the email from the supervisor, I also showed that I had asked for permission. I don't do anything without going over it. On March 19th, I had a meeting with the drivers about our future and was to getting a commitment in our plan. And 3 business days later, which is today, I received an email stating that I was getting a disciplinary warning for being unprofessional, saying that in the letter, as you can see, that I was trying to take magnets off of another van driver's car, and that takes them out of compliance. I am at my school 30 to 45 minutes before these students come out to be transported home. And what I was doing was using my magnet on the car of 2 of my friends to see if it would stick to their vehicles, because the sample guy magnet gave me this and I was just trying to double check it. Again, this is 45 minutes before students even come out, and there's no students. I don't have any students on my vehicles. My friends didn't have any students on their vehicles or any of that. I spoke with transportation today. They're like, oh, well, the school said this, that, and the other. But these are not set rules. I have not violated any part of my contract that says there's nowhere in the transportation van driver contract that says we're not allowed out our vehicles before school starts or ends. We are to be in the car making sure that our kids are attended to, and I did not have any kids. The bottom line is that I do not want any type of conduct referral on my record, because transportation, along with business affairs, and everybody knows that I placed a bid in for the transportation contract, and I deduct points if that happens. And I refuse to get points deducted off of something that I did not do. This is my magnet. This does not have anything to do with school transportation. That does not, if I stick it on your car, their car, ever car, it doesn't take anybody out of compliance. And I have tried to speak with them. As usual, I'm ignored like always. And so that is why I'm here. I do not want to be penalized for a rule I did not break.
Thank you, Ms. Vickers, for sharing. As the board does reserve the right and the privilege to allow individuals to speak. I know that we read the preamble, but as she was allowed to speak, to express herself, I just don't want anyone to send me any text emails about that, because she's allowed to express herself. We've given time for that. So thank you, Ms. Vickers, for sharing that with us. Next we have, who signed up to address the board, is Andrea Morton.
Hello. Hello. Okay, I'll try to make this quick. I'm going to piggyback a little bit off of what Brandy said. I'm not going to get into a lot of details, but I really want to know, like, who do we go to when we go to management and we get nowhere? I understand that we're independent contractors, but we have been doing this for 50 plus years. I can't stress that enough. And it's never been a problem until the previous administration came in and made us the problem. 50 years, no complaints, no problems. You guys didn't even know we existed, remember? 50 years. Now there's such a problem, and they came to you last year stating it was a mandate. Oh, we have to hire a company, we have to hire a company. Well, now they're saying, because they know that somebody has created a company, now they're saying, oh no, things are running just fine. So what is it? Like, this is, it's frustrating. It's a hostile work environment, which we do our jobs. Teachers will tell you guys, and I just, there's got to be somewhere where we can voice our concerns freely without fear of retaliation. One of our previous drivers who used to come in here and voice her opinion freely was fired. And I'm not going to speak on that because it is a pending lawsuit. But how they're doing Brandy it's unfair. Like, give her a fair shot. You guys relied on her for years to help. Everybody called Brandy for everything, including the supervisor, the transportation manager. And I'm getting off subject here, so let me hurry up. Okay, so, yeah, she said that. Sorry, guys, I'm a little frustrated. It's difficult. Oh, also, there's changes being made to the proposal that directly, there was a change that just came out today that directly tries to prohibit her bid from being successful. So I really hope you guys will look into that, because it's going to deduct points just like the warning letter she got today. And I find that mighty strange that it happens 3 days after she met with the van drivers and got a commitment from all drivers, well, mostly, I'm not going to say all, over 50% of the drivers, that they will come work for her, because they know they will be fairly treated. They know that she is an ICO. She understands what we go through, and it just makes sense. Yeah, I'm running out of time here. But, yeah, I won't get into that this time. I'll be back, because I have a lot to say. Thank you.
You still have some seconds. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you sharing, Ms. Morton. Next to address the board, we have Ms. Sheila Smith.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Smith.
First, as a former board member, I want to thank Dr. Robinson for the wisdom to offer the Akron School Board the opportunity to commission the transition report, and thank the board. Thank you all for voting for that. Now, over the last 30 years, I have served in many capacities in Akron Public Schools. As an employee, as a parent leadership through PTA, grant-funded opportunities, so School Readiness Resource Center, all these things have led me all the way to the Akron School Board. And when I looked at this report, in my mind, first of all, I'm retired. I said I was retired. I'm not coming back to any more meetings or committees or anything. But when I looked at this report, and I see things that continue to happen. 30 years ago, we were talking about some of these things, and they're still part of this transition. But I just wanted to highlight just a few things that that was cited in this report. This summary, and this is a quote, this summary has not even discussed the many other excellent programs, initiatives, and partnerships, which is good. We need to recognize those things that are good and going well for the district. But however, the curriculum is a major strength of APS. However, no matter how comprehensive the curriculum, it is meaningless without corresponding solid instruction. Sadly, that is not the case in APS. The statement on the front of the report says, teaching and learning, and this is a quote, teaching and learning is the heartbeat of the district. The victory is in the classroom, one of the most important components of the district. And when we look at the teaching and learning instruction, this is one of the comments too. And you all can go look at the report. I don't have to read everything. Looks like my minutes is up anyway. But there is little incentive to address poor instruction, with the excuse being the need to protect everyone. Senior leadership fails to emphasize employee accountability and potentially overemphasizes due process. And here again, I was here in 2019 talking about long-term subs. The problem is intensified by the long-term substitutes. I know that there is an issue with finding people to fill those positions, but however, I'm asking with this report and all those things that are in it, that you and the board, Superintendent Robinson and the board, would entertain each cluster, because each cluster has its own building culture and issues. And my question is, does this board have the will to work with the communities to review the issues and barriers to making sure there is victory in the classroom, especially those that are the weakest link in the system? Don't let this report sit on a shelf like I've seen many with no execution. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. We appreciate your comments. Next, we will have the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Jackson, board members, Dr. Thompson. We had a death of one of our employees, Ms. Deanna Moore. Ms. Moore was one of our child nutrition staff members at Bookdale for the last 5 years. She was a very valued and cherished member of the child nutrition department. She was a bright light that will be greatly missed, and our condolences and thoughts are with her family and friends, her colleagues, for their immense and sudden loss. Also, we lost a student at Sam Salem CLC, and so we certainly want to continue to keep his family in prayers. Ohio Governor DeWine, in coordination with the Department of Education and Workforce, developed the Governor's Science of Reading Recognition Program to recognize schools that are demonstrating strong implementation of evidence-based instructional practices aligned to the science of reading and where students are making significant progress. For the 24-25 school year, the Governor's Science of Reading Recognition went to Helen Arnold CLC, Reimer CLC, and Schumacher CLC. And so we want to say congratulations to the teachers, to the entire staff, to the students, to the parents, to the administrators. Thank you, and our families, thank you so much for all that you do and for the work that you've done and will continue to do to keep moving our scholars forward, especially in the area of literacy. We also want to say congratulations to North High School's principal, Mr. Morrison, Higher CLC principal, Ms. Sachs, Sam Salem principal, Ms. Sibbett, and Schumacher's principal, Mr. Haynes, and their staffs for being awarded the Writing Revolution Grant. They will receive professional development from the creators of the program. I think that we sent something out, but just want to highlight again Akron Early College High School. I'm very excited for the work that has been done by our teachers and our administrators and our scholars and families there. The ACT scores are highest they've ever been, with 22.4, an improved percentage of 1.5 from last year. 89 of their sophomores took the Accuplacer. If you know anything about the Accuplacer, it's not an easy test. And that's a college entrance test for English composition, and every student passed. I think we need to give them a hand for that. 114 of 116, 96% Algebra 2 students took the MapleSoft math placement test and passed it, testing into college math for next year. I think we need to give them a hand for that. And the credit goes to the hardworking ELA and math teams, the teachers that prepared the coaches, that prepared the students for these requirements. I want to highlight Ms. Cotron. Is she here tonight? Okay. But I do want to recognize Ms. Cotron, who works tirelessly to prepare the students for the ACT. And ACT is an area that we are continuing to do a great deal of work in Akron, and the students who showed up every day and worked hard to achieve their goals. So thank you again to the entire Akron Early College staff, to the principal, to the parents, and to the scholars. Thank you. I want to say thank you to Coast to Coast technicians, Ms. Sharon O'Connor, Councilwoman Sharon O'Connor, Operation Warm, St. John's CME Church, and Keep Akron Beautiful, the Davy Tree, for the donations that that our kids are able to benefit from. Registration opens for our summer experiences and programs. So parents, you should have gotten, or you will get, some form of a card in the mail, families, community, and it will give you more information. There are QR codes there and everything for you to start registering your scholars for pre-K to 12, also April the 1st, 2025. And so those postcards, again, are being sent out. And our Be Kind 330, at Pfeiffer Elementary, kindness is taking the field thanks to special partnership between the school counselor and the Akron Zips football team. Each week, 20 football players visit the school to spend time with students in grades K through 3, creating meaningful connections through the power of reading. During each visit, students get valuable one-on-one time with a player, practicing introductions, sharing books, and discussing stories. For our younger students, it's an opportunity to hear a story read with enthusiasm. For our older students, it's a chance to take the lead and read aloud, building confidence and pride. This simple act of kindness is making a big impact. Students look forward to these sessions knowing they have a caring mentor who is there for them. It's another great example of how small moments of kindness can make all the difference in the world. Let's continue to celebrate and uplift the power of connection in our schools. And special thanks to our counselor, Ms. Lauren Schneider, and she is really exceptional for sharing this story. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent, for that report. Next, we will have the Treasurer's report. Dr. Thompson.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam President, School Board, Dr. Robinson, for the opportunity to address. And I'm going to give you a mixed bag of news. Some of it's not new news, but some of it is much better than originally projected news. So what we can control, I think you'll see that we're controlling that to the best of our ability, and there are some things we simply cannot control. But your February financial report, I just want to, you have a summary in front of you titled February 2025 Monthly Financial Report. It goes with that document that's right behind it that has a whole bunch of graphs and charts, but hopefully this just breaks it out and makes it more English. So just in the summary, under revenue growth, you can see we have a 9.4% growth in revenue, and that's mostly driven from local taxes and some increase in state aid in this year. Under expenditures, you can see that expenditures in accumulation July through February has increased by 5.9%, and that's pretty simple to figure out. The certain categories, inflation, employees, healthcare, cost of doing business is always going to drive that up some. So the variance, in other words, that forecast variance, how are we trending as it relates to the 5-year forecast? And you can see right now it's shifted in a positive way. We received a lot of our tax increases are now coming in, and we're better by $955,000 than we projected, which isn't a lot, but it's a lot better than being negative. So we will certainly take that. And overall, the forecast looks like it's going to be about $2.5 million better overall, and roughly trending at almost $3.5 million. Cash balance is decreasing. Now, and this gets confusing, I know. We have our budget, but our budget exceeds revenue, and I'll show you that in a minute. Again, that's a direct result of House Bill 920. Very difficult to stop that over the course of time, but we have to watch that trend. So we started out fiscal year 25 with 106 million, almost 107 million. We're looking at being somewhere closer to 89 million. Our 5-year forecast was 86 million, to kind of put that a little bit in perspective. And part of it also has been our investments are still doing well. They're doing very well. So that part of the economy still remains fairly hot, and that's driving up our revenue. And then just real quickly under revenue performance, just to give you an idea, the local property tax increase so far, we've received about $18 million or so. So that's a big piece of what's driving up our revenue. The state's increased a bit. Expenditures, in contrast, down to February expenditure performance, number 2, you can see we're lower by 1.3 million compared to the same month last year. You might ask, well, how's that possible? Those are from staffing reductions from the year before that are still held, and that's important. And you can see the variances and decline in total employees. We've cut back on purchase services and thus dropped our operating expenses some. Total expenditures are about 5.9% higher than last year, as I mentioned before, and the categories are salaries, textbooks, interest that we're paying on our loans. The COPS loan primarily is driving that. So just in summary of all of this, and I want to, well, let me go to number 4, actually. House Bill 96, the governor's budget bill, as of March 24th. I'm going to give you an update on what that looks like to us and what that impact is. You can see in the financial impact somewhere around 45 million. I'll break it down for you in just a minute. And the implication, obviously, is that we're going to have to make significant adjustments on top of the adjustments that we've currently made. It's one way or another, we have to draw in more revenue, and I don't see that happening, or we have to reduce expenditures. It's pretty simple business formula. And I'll conclude by just saying that February 25 reflects a pretty fair revenue growth. We're effectively cost controlling, but House Bill 96 introduces a lot of uncertainty. And so we're going to have to reevaluate our forecast. I told you that I would bring you a forecast early, so that's what I'm going to hit real briefly here. Can you go ahead and hit play? Thank you. And you can just hold it that slide. Go ahead, hit it again and again. Thank you. So what the assumptions are when you look at this 5-year forecast are this, that there's no further changes in inputs. You've heard some different words used for that Ms. Autry used even just a few, in her addressing the board. Formally, they're calling them inputs, and inputs are the things that drive the cost of educating a student, whether that's special ed or all those various inputs. Those inputs right now are frozen at 2022. So think about inflation from 22 to 25, just the cost of doing business, we're frozen at 2022. So that's what you're going to see. That's what's currently modeled in the governor's budget, and that's what I'm going to show. The $10.2 million in cuts that were approved in November, they've slightly changed. I know that the superintendent's working on that. We've worked on that as well. So hopefully that will be to you, I believe, in April in specificity. And then I'm assuming no changes to federal funding, because I simply have no idea, and anybody knows, they know more than I do. Dr. Molinar addressed that as well. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit busy, but this is a really important slide. I want you to look at the red numbers first under state aid, because that's what we're focusing on. So you see the minus 49,000, then 6.1 million, 7.3, 14. Those aren't accumulating. Those are that number for that year on top of the previous year, on top of the previous year. So you can see between unrestricted grants and state aid and restricted grants, that's a significant impact. If you could hit the button, little arrow should come up. So there's where it's all totaled together. Remember, we said we're pulling in so far about 18 million from our tax levy, and look at how significantly we impact that levy before we even start making all of its collections. Next slide. Additional pressure mounting for us, as you see across the middle of this page, these are the insurance rate increases. In other words, this is what Medical Mutual is telling us based on claims, how much we're being charged. We forecasted 5.5% because that's what our consultants recommended. It's what other school districts that in similar financial situation or similar insurance rate increases were forecasting. So you can see in July, that first month, July 2024, our rates actually increased 6%, then 36%, then 16%, then 14%. Then November, we finally had a good month at 3%, and then back up to 20, I believe that says 28%. My eyes aren't that great. For a total average, button, please, clicker, 17% rate increase is what we're currently experiencing. So that's going to negatively impact our 5-year forecast. I don't know what's going to happen over the next 6 months, but what I do know is once someone's medical costs exceed a certain number, $400,000, the insurance company will put a stop loss on it. And then we start getting large bills. And we have about, unfortunately, and through absolutely no fault of their own, we have 7 or 8 very large claims that are over the $400,000 mark. So we're starting to get some big bills, and we have no choice but to pay them. Next slide. So if you take a look at this, and this is what I want us to understand, even when we stay within our budget, even when we reduce something in our budget, we're still overspending because our budget exceeds revenue. So under the first one, under that blue one, you see we're at $106 million or so when we started fiscal year 25. That was our cash carryover. Revenue came, we estimate revenue, and it's seemingly on target. Actually, we're $955,000 more than that, than what's showing on the screen, we think, so far. At least that's how we're trending. $364 million. Expenditures down a little bit, but they're trending here at $384 million, and that's what eats into our cash reserves. Our policy says that we will not go below 2 months of cash carryover at all times. So we hit it at 86 million, but you're going to see it doesn't last very long. So every time we have an opportunity to reduce our operating budget, we have to take it. Next slide. So, this is our November forecast as it was filed. So this is nothing changed. It assumes a 1% base. It continues phase-in and cost inputs of fair school funding, an 8% increase in health insurance. We know we're not going to hit that. Reduction of the $10 million and reappraisal of estimates for all classes of property. So that's what we talked about in November. That's what we approved in November. And you can see that we're black for 5 years going across the bottom of the screen. But starting in fiscal year 28, we fall below 2 months. Fiscal year 27 will be close. And fiscal year 29, $16 million might sound like a lot, but remember, that's not even enough to get through a month of our expenditures. It's probably a little bit less than 2 weeks of our expenditures. So it sounds like a lot, but it's very, very, very tight. Next slide, please. So what we're looking at now, let's go to the notes on the bottom. Updated assumptions for November. So we have enrollment, actuals, property valuation actuals. So we have a little bit more information. And then our governor's budget introduced as it is currently assumed. So when it says freeze base costs, that means 2022 inputs. That's what that means. And then the increases of the Fair School Funding Act, they're still in there, so we're accounting for that for 26 through 28, and continues the FSFP, which is the Fair School Funding Plan. So you look across the bottom, look at the very last number. What was a $16 million carryover is now a $35 million deficit. That's simply by change of the budget bill. You can see that we would definitely fall below 2 months cash carryover by November of 27, or by fiscal year 27 rather, excuse me. And the important thing also is there are 3 phases where the state comes knocking on your door. The first one is fiscal watch. Fiscal caution. And there, at that point, you fall into that. When we hit fiscal year 27, if all remains the same, we would move into that phase. Then the next year, as we crept closer, these numbers held as they are. In fiscal year 28, we would go into watch. And then in 29, we would fall into emergency. And when you fall into emergency, that means it's a state takeover, which we have seen. Obviously, we're not going to let that happen. But that's what would happen if we just rode the wave. So you're hearing about $10 million in cuts. And I know, and we all know the heavy impact that puts on all of our employees and what it does to culture and everything else. We understand the ramifications of that. But through no fault of our own, it's not APS's fault, if this budget does not change between now and June 1st, that would almost assuredly mean not only these $10 million in cuts, but additional cuts to make up for the reductions in state funding, which would be somewhere around another $10 million or so to make our way through. So that's where we're at. I don't suspect that we're going to have exact concrete answers for a really solid forecast in May. The budget bill will not be signed. We will not know. We may have better information than we have right now, but we will not definitively know. So what I would submit to you is that we make sure we're compliant and we turn in a 5-year forecast in the month of May, but that we also know that we're going to review that as soon as the numbers come out from the state, re-update it, and send in an updated or modified forecast based on the final numbers that we get in June. Madam President?
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I didn't raise my hand, but I guess you saw readiness on my
Well,
face.
Member Sykes has taught me to put it back to our chair, so I've learned, so I'm going back to the board president.
Yes, my question is, because I know we talked about this, and I know sometime I had addressed this about us doing an internal audit. I know that we've had an external audit where we've been seen in good shape, but as far as areas that we can cut, what are we doing to be proactive in the sense, I understand the salaries, we've seen the work up about certain jobs and things like that. Where are we at with looking at what can be used, like as far as curriculum that is coming from Title I funds, and how we can switch and focus on one pile of money? I know that we're in some federal unreadiness now as far as our federal funds, which is going to cause a whole nother problem possibly. But I'm just thinking internally, because it seems that in some instances within organizations and school systems, sometimes, especially of this magnitude, sometimes it can be a lot of internal waste. And what I mean is because when I speak as an educator myself, and just sometimes things are being ordered curriculum, and it's brand new curriculum in the closet that teachers haven't had time to really unpack and execute, and then we're reordering new curriculum or going. I'm just saying that where it gets into the nitpick. Because I'm a frugal person. Some people find that hard to believe, but I'm very frugal because certain things I want to spend big money on. Sure. So I'm frugal in other areas. And I say that because I know that since I've been in this district, I'll posit certain questions and I'll get a cheeky response like, oh, that's nothing in the drop of our bucket. But I was raised that pennies turn into dollars and dollars into other bills. You understand?
Yes,
and so I'm wondering what type of stripping down of what we spend money on are we proactively doing before we get to 2029 with influx? And I know it doesn't have to be as that. I'm just saying at this point.
So, yeah, because this is a much larger conversation. But one of the things that we're doing, Dr. Hodo and Miss Angela Carter. One of the things that they were doing, I think Mr. Keenan was a part of that too, but all of the directors and executive directors have been a part of looking at the large scheme of where reductions can be made. So what we're looking at is, if you want to use that word, fat or the extra, that's what we're looking at this current school year, which is why we were able to go back from the original plan and revisit that now that Dr. Hodo is here, and actually be able to determine other things, for example, overtime, right? And I won't really get into that, but that is one of the areas that we have identified that's a cost to us. And unfortunately, some of those things are embedded in contracts. I can't get into the confinements of all that right now, but I'm just giving that as an example. We're looking at, one of the things we looked at is our trash collection, right? And looking at, if we move from one company to another company, how much can we save? We're looking at operational efficiencies. And so this isn't about when when we talk about budget reductions, this isn't about us going after a particular group of people or whatever. We're not going after anybody. We're trying to save as many jobs as we can. But I do want to be clear. We have to do some things that were done during the COVID season that we have not adequately undone. We're going to have to, and that's going to be painful because we purchased things, we did things, we moved money off of ESSER and we put it on general fund. In fact, today I sat with Dr. Thompson and Ms. Carter and said, I think it is time for us, this is great at a board meeting, but we need to explain to our employees what all of this stuff means. And this is just years, decades of things changing with House bills and just, we don't control a lot of the things that we wish we could. We're not able to get funding in a way that we would love to be able to get it. It is creating a problem for us because we can't keep up fast enough. So yes, it may seem like, oh my goodness, they're down there just kind of spending and hiring. No, we're not. When these bills change and the funding mechanisms and sources change, it creates a gap for us. And so those are the things that we want to make sure that people understand in the large scheme of all of this. It's not as simple as don't hire a secretary or don't hire a teacher or don't do this. That's a part of it, but it's not that simple. There are things that are done above us as a district that we cannot control and never will be able to. And we have to figure out internally, how do we catch up to what these laws and House bills and all those things are being changed by our legislators that we don't have any impact on. We could ask them and hope that they speak in our voice and have a voice for us, but that's not necessarily the way it is. And so as we're doing exactly what you're saying, we're looking at everything. We're looking at copy machines. I'm just giving an example, right? That's something that I've done in other places. We would be surprised that, I'm not saying that that's what's happening here, but I'm just giving you from previous experience. You'd be surprised that a copier contract, if we renegotiate it, which is some of the things that Dr. Hodo, Ms. Carter were working on, Mr. Keenan, simple things like that, if we renegotiate some things, we can get a better deal. And so those are the things that we're doing, to your point, that will address that. But I do want to emphasize that we are sticking to the reductions that we said, but we do know that we are going to have further reductions in this next school year. Will be 25-26. We will have reductions in 26-27. Will come again in 27-28.
Understood. I just wonder about like the internal mechanism. I know copying machines is one. I'm in a small organization, very much smaller than this. I had one teacher that had like 10,000 copies. We were able to go to pinpoint into who, and those are very expensive. We're talking about you getting into hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I know it's more than hundreds of thousands in this district. So that is something. I'm talking about those things where we can pinpoint codes and know who's copying what. Do they need to copy this much and cut it down? I also, and I know this is a larger conversation, but I know upon me becoming a board member that additional positions were created, additional offices that this organization had been able to operate for a long time, and it was not. And it was said for efficiency purposes. I came into that where new jobs and departments were being created. So when I'm talking, and I'm from this lens, I'm saying like from the central office lens, some of that, and then also things that are in storage, or if we're not using this, I can never say that word, Corinthian board, or now I was getting new boards, or teachers are saying I don't need a smart board because I'm old school. We don't even use it. We're using and we're spending money on this that then could be rerouted into student curriculum or into Chromebooks instead of these things that teachers are saying, I don't really need that in my classroom. Just stuff like that, because now that becomes, in this building, that's $50,000, $100,000. So that's what I'm talking about, like breaking down in things as far as
That's the avenue that we're
like tangible items, as well as offices, and as well as things that we're purchasing, these things that still can be used as title funds that can be used still to benefit the child, but it might not necessarily mean every class to get smart boards, because if the teacher's saying we're not using this, or those Corinthian things. So I'll just put a pin in that, because that was my question. And like you said, this is a more extensive conversation. Thank you. Yes, Member Harrison, please.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Dr. Thompson, you had given us this number before. What percentage of our budget is people?
Yeah, and that's the really to the heart of it all. Our people are almost 84% of our budget. So you're talking 16 or 17% that isn't, and of that 16 or 17%, most of it's very difficult to move. Like, I'm very apprehensive to say we're going to cut paper usage, for example, and build it in a 5-year forecast, although I'd like to see us do that. But one of the challenges with that is, at least in my experience, is you cut it, it looks good on paper for about 6 months, and then the buildings are screaming for more paper, that they don't have any paper, and we have to shift $100,000 over there and buy more paper. So those are some of the challenges. So when you focus on that 16%, there's some of it that just can't move. Fuel, paper, supplies, electricity. In fact, it's hard to, if you can even flatline it, that's good with the current inflationary rate that we're experiencing now and the volatility in all the markets. So yeah, it's very difficult, 84% roughly.
Okay. So I want to follow up, if I could, Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Harrison.
84% is people. We budgeted 6% of that expense for a rise in insurance, and we're at 17%.
That's correct.
Okay, so those are the things with people that we have no control over.
That's correct.
So then if the insurance company, if we, the term that you use when an extraordinary medical cost.
Yeah.
So
catastrophic is the actual word the insurance company uses.
Catastrophic. So then we're responsible for that portion. And I say this to let the public know, and if they see a van or some kind of machinery, that it really comes down to people. And so we do need to be more careful in our spending with public money when it comes to equipment, when it comes to taking care of equipment. I mentioned the buses because the buses were a big thing in the finance report 2 years ago. That was a huge thing that we had to start right away. Right. And now we're pushing that away. But I just want to be clear, and I want the public to know that it's people costs, and some of those people costs we don't have any control over. We don't have any control over insurance. We don't have any control over, well, we have some control over contractual things, but like anybody else, we want to retain our teachers, and so we want to retain our paraprofessionals. We talked about the early learning program. We want to make sure that we have that together. And so it costs to do those things. So I just want to make sure that the people at home that are listening understand that 84% is people. We're not outside of any other school district. That's
very standard.
Pretty much we're Columbus, Cincinnati, Toledo, any other school you got.
Right.
The budget is people.
Right. We are a service industry. We don't make widgets. So while there are some comparisons to business, there are some things that absolutely don't relate to the private sector. We can't increase the cost of our product. We don't sell a product. We can't drive down the cost of our materials. We don't buy materials. So those are all challenges that all public schools face. And while I'm not telling you that this isn't a very difficult situation we find ourselves in, we know it is. But if you take a look around, you can go on the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce website type in any school district you want to type in, and you can pull up their 5-year forecast, and you'll see districts like Cleveland that show a deficit next year. I mean, there's a lot of schools that are in trouble, and I don't say that to minimize our situation. We still have an opportunity to get a handle on this, and we have to do it. But it is absolutely a struggle. There are a few outside entities we can use. To your point, we can do an independent. We get audited every year by the state auditor's office, but that is not measuring the efficiency of how we do business. That's measuring the efficiency of how did we spend it out of the right pot? Did we use it for the right thing? That's what that's measuring. They'll do a financial audit and break down all of our finances. The regional office will come in and do an assessment on our staffing levels and tell us where they think we're properly staffed and where we're overstaffed. I mean, there are ways that we can do that, and I know that we have a group that's just done a fantastic job of putting together basically a software package tracking what Dr. Robinson alluded to, our overtime, and how we can potentially mitigate that where we can. We can't eliminate all of our overtime. It's not possible. But can we, if we can drop it 30%, that's $1 million, for example. So those are things that we're watching and we're going to monitor. And as long as they happen, I'll build it into the 5-year forecast. But I just need to see the data and be able to show you the data to support that before that gets built in. But I'm confident that we can.
Member Autry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Thompson, if we were somehow magically able to get those updated inputs, how significant of an effect would this have?
Instead of losing $45 million, we would be closer to gaining 20 or 25 million, depending on how extensive that would be. The flip on that would be significant. All indicators are that we're hearing is that's unlikely to occur, but that's why we have to keep going to Columbus and advocating and advocating and advocating to the extent that we can. Even if we can get them moved up minimally, it'll make a difference in potential millions of dollars for us, make our transition a lot easier. I really want to see that number in 29 stay black so that in 28 we're in a much better position to be on the ballot without facing fiscal emergency as a result of a levy failure.
Sure. Vice President Alexander.
Yeah. And history, we've run through the same stuff for years and years and years, and we came out, okay. And I'm still being optimistic that we're going to be okay. But we have to also look at a lot of things that are going on now that didn't go on at that time. You look at the Department of Education that might not be around. That was a piece there. So there's other variables and pieces of the puzzle that we want to be good, but we don't know if they're going to be good. So you have to budget so that your budget is one that will be good to fit the needs, especially of our students, because that's the most important aspect, and try to keep our staff. But that balance too of maybe where we can cut a little bit here, cut a little bit there, and so forth, so we can try to get at least close. But if things work out well, then we will get the money, and we'll still have to do something, but it wouldn't have to be as significant.
That's
because
correct.
I know in some years past, I did not want to be part of having to cut bone, and I use that analogy. You have muscle, you cut muscle, you cut muscle, you cut muscle. Then after you cut muscle, you get to the bone. If you cut the bone, you're not going to be able to make it. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to get to the point where we have to cut the bone. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The only question I have, Treasurer, is I would like to, do we have a budget that shows us expenditures per department?
Yes.
Because I would like to look at a budget that shows the expenditures per department, and then I'm curious if we have something where, as far as the school, because I know once it was mentioned, one of my colleagues had asked something about being specific on the budget to see what is teachers, how much we spend in that. Is it possible to have, is there a formula. I would like to see a budget that that shows the departments within here how much money they spend and the expenditures this is being spent on, and then, if possible, I would like to see expenditures per building.
Okay.
And the staff. So, for instance, when I'm saying staff, like elementary, middle school, high school, teachers, administration. And then if in that administration, if it's counselors, dean of students, principal, just for I would like to reflect, because for me is, they say, how do you eat the elephant one piece at a time, small piece at a time? Because when all this is just clumped together and we're talking about numbers, it's easy for me to get a visual and process in my mind certain movements and navigations. They talk about penny pinchers and crunchers. Because when I think like a treasurer, I think it's somebody in there that's going and saying, this department is spending too much money. This department, this is egregious. That's kind of what I want to know. When we start talking about cuts and keeping them as far as away from the classroom. I know something is contractual, because I do believe in performance-based employment or not. But when we talk about we're already low on paraprofessionals, we're already low on teachers in general. Just in general, we need to hire. It's just, I would like to see those type of numbers. And also a question, I don't know if you can answer this, because I was thinking this when I Promise had presented, and they were talking about the houses being part of their PBIS. Also, the budget for our PBISs in the school. I've heard teachers, when I go to various schools talk about that. And so when I'm saying about the breakdown, I would like to see if this cluster is getting less, or how does that work? Is it certain sponsors and what's the word I'm looking for? Community partners or organizations that adopt certain schools, and that's why they have more. Because then I think as a board, fiduciary agents, maybe we can use our influence and relationships to get each of our schools or clusters some type of partnership or church, or different things that may adopt that school. And so it's just different things like that will help me. Does that make sense what I'm saying, Dr. Thompson?
Yes, it does,
Okay,
Madam
thank
President. And currently, we built last month, so if you want to see it broke down by every fund line, so you want to see what's spent on any building improvements, all of them. It's 3 pages. It's what we appropriated, in other words, what we budgeted, and then what we've spent to date and what that percentage of spend is. So I have that right now. We're updating it every month. And then I can add to that, I think pretty easily, we can run some reports that would break it down by building and give you a better sense of, because right now it's all the buildings all together. I wouldn't be able to break that. I don't have that broken down. But we can break that down so you can take a look at, what is the expenditure of one or another. But keep in mind how we have done budgeting so far has been a simple algorithm of the number of students times a certain dollar amount for high schools, for middle schools, for elementary schools. So their budget's basically based on the number of students that they have. And then some buildings will show higher, for example, will show a higher employee number and a higher expenditure. That doesn't that can be a lot of that's driven on what the needs of that building are, special education, number of tutors, and that's not always the same. So there is some fluctuation, but I think I understand what you want. Give me about a week or so and we'll get you some documents so that we'll get it to everyone, take a shot at it and see if you find that beneficial, help you follow the budget.
Thank you so much. And when you're doing that, when you talk about the tutors, I want to see, because I know a good portion of tutors and special intervention specialists and things like that can come from Title I.
They can.
Funds. So if they're due, I want it, because that's not general budget, so I want it to be clear, Title I funded and supported versus the general budget.
Yeah.
Don't just put them in with a staff,
yeah,
the
sure.
teachers, okay?
Sure. And we'll put a funding on it. And clearly there's ways you can use, there's different ways you can spend your Title I money for sure. So we'll be able to break that out so you get a sense of what that is.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, I appreciate it. Any other questions for the Treasurer?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. If not, is there a motion to approve the resolutions for the February 2025 financial report?
So move.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Oh, second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none.
I can't read the law.
When Dr. Thompson comes to the seat, roll call vote, please. I completely understand Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Now is the President's report. Very quickly, you guys were talking about Layla Ali and things of that nature, and I really like Muhammad Ali. I like a lot of his quotes, and one of the things he says is that I believe that was the greatest even before I was. And so you talk about student advocacy or student success, and a lot of that I was reading in the Journal of Education Psychology, or Psychology Education, and it was talking about what I Promise Senate just presented to us about, and also what our PBIS seeks to do in each school about building student success by creating a climate and a culture that feeds and breathes student success. That means pouring into those students. And I love when I see presentations like that, and when people come and they present to the board, like we see the 4-year-old reading, because it takes me to reflection. And I can't reflect on my educational journey without thinking about people like Dr. Flora and Dees, Joe Sanders, the counselor, Mr. Calhoun, Miss Reed, when I went to Rankin Elementary, and different people whose shoulders I stand on, because what happened was they instilled in me, like Ali, I believe I'm the greatest even before I am, because I think God still has other work to do. And I believe that's important for our kids to feel that, because what you feed is what will grow. So when we look at systems within our school that help to create a culture and a climate of accountability that is partnered with great experiences and excited about learning and celebrating your wins, but still dealing with that discipline, the research does support exactly what the principal of I Promise said, is that when she said the level 2 and level 3 offenses have decreased, because that's exactly what longitudinal studies have shown, that when the environment shifts, some of your greatest offenders' behaviors, their mindset change, because it's an expectation and it's a cultural shift. So I really wanted to recognize that and to talk a little bit about that, because when I go into my president's report today, I did have an opportunity to be in our schools, and I met with our students, and we had some very interesting conversations that was centered around bullying. We talk about transparency and the different things that we do here. And so I also want to recognize when the ELP teachers came, and the questions that were posited here, that follow-up did happen with administration and administrators, because I really want to know, what is the deal with this? We understand what the data tells us about when we prepare children earlier. We understand that it's important and that preschool is a significant link in the chain of student success, and that if students get an understanding and a grip on reading earlier, that they are more likely to be successful and eventually graduate high school. We also understand from research that if they don't get a grip earlier, if the interventions are not there, then they are more likely, as I said on this mic before, to be incarcerated and for problems to happen. So one of the questions that came up was about timely student transitions, and the question was asked about that, and if there were recent reports of students not being changed in a timely manner since the issue was addressed earlier in the year. So apparently there were some issues of concern, but when those concerns were shared early in the year, that they had been addressed. One of the problems that we're running into, which we all can say that we are clearly aware, because I think for over a year it's been coming to our, being brought to our attention, is the lack of resources when it comes to human capital. And what I mean by that, paraprofessionals, they're not there. We don't have enough. When we see the high teacher turnover, that is a problem on the early childhood center and in our secondary education when we see these high influx of substitute teachers. Now, I addressed last meeting about the paraprofessionals saying about the working environment, not only about the livable wage, which is a whole nother issue as we just finished talking about budget, but the fact that they're in classrooms being, in some cases, assaulted by children, things happening to them where they believe it's not a safe environment, or they don't feel fully equipped or supported in that environment. Member Hall, you brought up something earlier today, which I think was a fantastic idea, of statement that you made regarding our learners at North and dealing in early childhood and why we don't hire those back. I love the model that I see at Bookdale CLC, where a couple meetings ago when I talked about Jason Bailey, who was one of our students who I highlighted him for his entrepreneurship, who is now back at Bookdale working in the position of a paraprofessional, which I think is pretty cool because this is alma mater and it's connected. So then we think, how are we getting it out here to let students know, hey, if you're going to the University of Akron, you might, and you're doing part-time, you might can come in and serve as a paraprofessional and get some training for that. Because we have to look at a way of filling these positions, but we also cannot be blind to the fact or ignorant to the fact of the complaints and the concerns that people are sharing with us, which why we cannot fill these roles. Again, it goes to accountability. What is our policy saying when things like this happens? What is all around that? I talk about policy all the time. We had a cell phone policy, but then we had to get yonder bags. So let's enforce policies that we have on the book. Bullying, it's a level 3 issue. It says kids are supposed to be suspended. If we investigate, what are we doing? And like I said in my report, I'll get a little deeper with that because students feel we're doing nothing. And this is out of the mouths of the young people. So regarding the EOP, the transitions, as I was told, yes, that was an issue that was brought up earlier in the year, but it believed that it was addressed. The issues of teacher not receiving their scheduled breaks and lunches, it has been noted when a paraeducator calls off and there is insufficient coverage. Again, the paraprofessionals, insufficient coverage. While this is not a widespread issue, as it was stated to me, at any specific school, it does occur across the district. But the district is working to improve its pool of substitute paraeducators. Again, when I hear words like this, I wonder, what is the district doing? Are we having, what is the what? And so these are things that I just want to share with the community because people come to the mic and they share these things. So the district is where we are trying to make an impact and put a dent in this, but again, it's just finding the right people for the job. Teachers who cover additional duties due to the absence are eligible for coverage pay, which follows the same process as any other teacher. That doesn't stop the fact that they're understaffed. But when they have to fill in the gap and they miss their lunch, they do have the opportunity. They are being paid for that. But that doesn't take away, because some teachers may say, listen, I don't care about the pay. I need my break. It's a respite, right? But again, I just want the community to know the things that we are doing. Again, we have the multiple schools. We're aware of the schools where they're lacking professionals, and we are working for that. We have 29 students enrolled at Helen Arnold and Portage Path, and there have been no other significant reports of concern affecting additional students at this time. Again, the district continues to monitor the situations as far as enrollment and what is needed. All the concerns that have been brought to the district's attention, as I understand, have been properly addressed because the district does remain committed to being transparent with these issues. And this is after following up with the ELP supervisor who came and presented with us. These are from her reflections and her notes. So I want to be clear, the administrator that this is coming from is the administrator that is over that department. As I stated, I did have the privilege of meeting with our student board member, Taylor Blair from Elliott CLC. Taylor and I discussed the important concerns she raised about bullying in schools and the role of student voice in the decision-making process that affects their daily lives. Taylor, ZIOS, and other student leaders expressed this same sentiment. During our conversations, we took a closer look at the district's current student leadership organizations. Namely the student board members, school ambassadors, and the superintendent's student advisory. And while these structures exist, we both acknowledge an important issue that has emerged. Despite having various leadership roles and the training that accompanies them, there remains a significant disconnect. Students have the platform to voice their concerns, yet they are not confident that these concerns will be acted upon. As Taylor and I discussed, the feedback they provide through these organizations is valuable, but the lack of follow-through on the solutions they propose leaves them feeling that their involvement is merely symbolic. This is not what we want for our students, I'm sure, and it's not why they join these leadership roles. They desire to be a part of real change and meaningful decisions. One of the most profound moments of our conversation was when Taylor shared the heartbreaking stories of 2 students at her school who took their own lives. She knew both of them personally and explained how they had become silent in the weeks leading up to their deaths. Their struggles went unnoticed until it was too late. This personal connection, coupled with the many students who have approached this board since I've been on this board, and I am in my 4th year ending my first term. They approached the board seeking help for their mental health needs and the mental health needs of their classmates. This has further deepened my reflection on how we, as leaders, can create an environment that truly supports every child, emotionally and academically. Our role as fiduciaries and policymakers is to ensure that the district is being run with fidelity and in alignment with both our policies, federal and state guidelines also. However, without the students, there is no purpose for the adults in this system. It is vital that we recognize the need for genuine student engagement. Our actions must reflect our words, regardless of our political differences or our positions on various issues, vouchers or DEI. We must all agree that if students do not believe they are seen, heard, and valued in this district, everything else is secondary. Our enrollment numbers and student efficacy will continue to decline, and we will continue chasing issues that are not student-focused without real measurable solutions for student success and district stability. Studies show that when students feel that their voices are valued, they perform better academically, engage more deeply in their communities, and experience improved mental health outcomes. According to a study, as I stated earlier, published in the Journal of Educational Psychology, students who feel supported by their schools show increased motivation, better academic performance, and enhanced social-emotional development. Furthermore, environments where students perceive that they are heard and have been linked to decreased behavioral problems and improved school attendance. These are all issues that we have spoken about in this very room that are plaguing the district: student attendance, lack of enrollment, and things of that nature. In conclusion, I urge all of us to reflect on the importance of truly listening to our students. They are the heart of everything we do. Let us not let our actions fall short of the promise to be a board that values, supports, and listens to the voices of every child. We must ensure that our district isn't just a place where decisions are made for students, but a place where students are empowered to make decisions that directly impact their lives. A seat at the table is what they ask for, so that we get a true glimpse of what is happening inside the schools. When you hear about students taking their own lives, and time after time, for the last 4 years, students have come here and talked about mental health and things that they need in the school. This student shared with me that bullying reports, and that bullying does not just come from students, but teachers are also bullies in some cases. Examples have been given, and they said, what is our recourse? Where does our voice lie? Some of the policies, they said, Ms. Jackson, are just extremely long. And as a student, when we look through them and we're trying to see about bullying policies, and they're being good at their jobs, but their roles as student board members and ambassadors, and they're like, but what next? It's like I said before, we have the book, we have the data, now what? We have the students, we hear their voice, now what? Is it just for good TV? Is it pro-functionary? They put in this work, they're listening to their classmates, they come here and they report out. What are the legs that we are putting with what the students are telling us they need? It's a book that, if you don't feed the teachers, they'll eat the students. I think, is there any teachers out there that know the book? Anyway, so it's certain things that got to be put in place to help to not only equip and empower the teachers so they can serve the students, but to equip and empower the students. So I just thought that I share that because, again, the students are the lifeblood of any school system, and they do have choice. And so you can't cry about students or low enrollment in attendance if you fail to hear them or fail to serve them. And this is the reality, facts, not what I feel or what I think. And this, what I share with you, are from students' voice. So again, I thank you for the time, and that concludes the President's report. Are there any questions? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to committee reports. The first committee report, is legal contracts and board policy.
Thank you, Madam President. Legal Contract and Board Policy Committee met on Monday, March 17th at 5:30 in this room. We had talked about various policies and went over some different policies. We also had some updates and some questions and answers being done being received and questions answered by Mrs. Folk, and we also had some from Dr. Lash. And so what we did is we talked about a lot of these policies. They're going to continue to read and continue to work on those policies as we move forward. But we do have some other policies this evening, which are about 9 policies that I'm going to read for hopefully our third and final vote on these policies. Those policies for the third and final reading are policy 2111, parent and family involvement, policy 2120, school improvement, policy 2261, Title I services, policy 2261.01, parent participation in Title I programs, policy 2460, special education, policy 5111.01, homeless students, policy 5111.03, children and youth in foster care, policy 5200, attendance, and policy 5223, release time for religious institutions. These are 9 policies that I have for the third reading, and I move that they be moved as stated. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Alexander. Members of the board, each of these policies have been listed individually for approval, so we'll go through each one as a motion. Member Harrison, I see unreadiness. Did you have a question?
No.
All right. Is there a motion to approve Board Policy 2111? Oh.
I made the motion to accept them, and I need somebody to second them.
I'll second.
Yeah, okay. As the motion's been moved by Alexander, I was going from my script that we were breaking them all down. So, yes, Mr. Harrison, Member Harrison.
Madam Chair, can I have a personal moment to confer with the chair of the?
Sure. I'll allow it, yeah. Well, no, you guys can't, in a public meeting, y'all can't.
Well, we're asking for a personal.
Yeah, because in it, yeah.
We did not discuss it.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say. I see the press over there saying, what's going on? Y'all got to speak in the mic. This is a public meeting. So what I will say is we can move on with the meeting. If you have a question or something that's unready that you don't feel that you can vote on, then just vote your conscience as we move the meeting forward, because we can't have sidebar individual meetings. Dr. Molinar.
Thank you, Madam President. This has nothing to do with whatever's going on over there, but it might buy some time because it's something I wanted to talk about anyway. So policy 5223, release time for religious instruction. This is a policy that is a Neola reactive policy. It is part of the Parental Bill of Rights and a lot of the things that came down from the state, and it's new, and so districts across the state right now are trying to figure out what to do with this. And since our last, since the last policy committee meeting, so after that, Columbus, so this could not be discussed at the policy committee meeting because it had not occurred yet. The Columbus City Schools actually have made the news, and I've read about that and their policy and how they're reacting to this policy. And one of the things that they added within their policy specifically had to do with gifts and whether or not entities could give gifts to students and the process for giving and receiving and providing those things. This is not a discussion that our committee ever had the opportunity to have, something quite honestly we probably never even thought of. So I would like to move, we have 3 readings before approval for a reason. I would like to move that the policy committee consider some of these things before we come up with our final policy, since it is new.
I'm going to ask Ms. Carter a question. Is this a policy that Neola says we need to have right now?
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Dr. Robinson and Dr. Thompson. So the religious release for time is, as it relates to gifts, I haven't read anything about that yet, so we would have to wait to see if that is something that we need to incorporate within our policy. Because I haven't seen anything about, you said something about gifts with Columbus. So we would need to read through what Dr. Molinar is referring to see whether or not that's something that we need to incorporate. We did just get several more updates from Neola that we can look through to see if what Dr. Molinar is referencing is impacting our religious release time. And so, again, like Dr. Robinson mentioned earlier, with new legislation, we're going to continuously have to update our policies as things come in.
That was going to be my question. If we need to move this, since it's part of Neola, and move it forward, we can always approve it and go back and bring it back to committee and make adjustments if we need to. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure that's what we can do. Yeah. So if we really need to, then we can do it that way. So we can have the policy in place, and we'll have it there so Neola won't come back and say, hey, you guys didn't make this update or somewhere else, and then we can come back and talk about the other part.
Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Molinar.
I don't have a problem with approving the policies, and maybe it's an issue of my memory, or maybe it's my issue, but I don't remember. Some of these policies have 3rd readings on them, and I don't know if it was put before I got on the committee, but I don't, what's throwing me off with these are 3rd readings. And I don't have a recall of these policies. We did discuss religious time, the release time for religious instruction, the attendance policy, but the homeless students, parents' participation in Title I, special education, and children and youth in foster care. I don't have a conscious memory of those policies as a 3rd reading.
I'm going to ask Ms. Carter, but I do believe that we had those policies come to us, and they were talking about moving them forward before and making sure they go to a 3rd reading. So, Ms. Carter, I'll let you go ahead and answer that question.
Yes, I don't know if you were present at the policy. The first read was at the policy meeting, and that's when Keith and Melissa Freimeyer and Dr. Lash presented on all those policies. And Keith mentioned that as relates to some of the Title I policies, it's just bringing them forth in front of the board, but there are really no true changes. And with the special ed policy, Melissa educated us on the fact that we needed to change ODE to Ohio Department of Education and Workforce. Was the minor updates with the special ed policy.
Madam Chair, I do remember that I did have a talk with Mr. Lickey about these policies. I thought we had approved those policies at the last meeting, but this was something that was asked to let us, because they were only grammar changes or just standard changes that did not change the policy itself. It was just an update. And I don't have an issue with that. I just don't want to approve a policy that says third reading. We can just say update, you know, it doesn't materially change the policy. And I thought that was what we had discussed, that we were going to make sure that we knew that these policies were just standard updates, that they didn't materially change the policy, it was just updated language. And so for me, the third reading is what was throwing me off. That was what was throwing me off, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and this was brought up in a committee meeting as well. This was going to come to the board for a third reading this meeting, and so all these were brought and told that were going to be brought here. But we also have some other policies that we still have to talk about that were on that agenda that we didn't get to. So we were bringing this as a third reading because it was a third reading for these policies.
Yes, Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a point of clarification, I know we're hopping back and forth here, but policy 5223, release time for religious instruction, is a policy that we do already have on the books, and so we are not faced up against a deadline on that.
Okay, thank you for that. So at this time, I'm going to call for the vote.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
No on 5223, yes on the balance.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 on 5223 and 7-0 on the balance.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Next, we'll have the approval of the previous meeting minutes.
Go through the committees.
You know, Ms. Sykes, sometimes it's been so long on one thing. My apologies.
That's all right.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
The Finance and Capital Management Committee did meet on March 17th. We talked, the treasurer presented his report, and I won't belabor that. We pretty much the same conversation that we had here tonight. We also heard from our architects and our managers of the Miller South Pfeiffer School, and we were able to see a markup drawing of the school, and it was the question is whether or not we would be able to have that posted somewhere publicly so that the public would be able to see that eventually, and the superintendent assured us that we would be able to see that soon, as well as the question was asked, are we within budget? Big question. So the answer was they were not sure yet, and they would let us know soon, and we will continue to ask that question. So that pretty much was the conversation that we had. We also, of course, as far as the budget is concerned and our 5-year projection, we heard from the superintendent and the administration on what was happening with the general narrative and cuts that they see. They plan on bringing that to the board soon to give us some more exact figures on that, but they are working on that and expect to do that from the standpoint of operational as well as staff. Our next meeting will be April 21st here in this room at 4:30.
Thank you so much, Member Sykes. Next, we'll hear from instructional policy and student achievement.
Thank you, Madam President. Instructional policies next meeting will be Monday, April 7th at 4:30. I did also wanted to share that one of the topics that will be forthcoming in that committee is addressing our staffing, looking at Teach for America and some other options on how we can start remedying some of these challenges we have in the classroom. And also, Mr. Alexander, I just wanted to share that when I went to the ELIT JROTC, Ms. Taylor asked if we would consider allowing the students to come to our legal policy committee in May, after they've had an opportunity to look at the anti-bullying policy, so that they can join in the discussion. So I'm just saying that out loud based on Madam President's report out. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Autry. Next, we'll hear from the Equity Committee. Member Molnar. Or did you have a question about?
Yeah, before we move on to Equity Committee, while we're still on instructional policy, since it has been previously discussed in our open meetings and committee meetings, I think it's important to share that the Instructional Policy Committee, which I'm not actually on, determined that they will not include a presentation or discussion about holding school during the primary election and the process of having voters and students together during the school day. And so we had a community member today come and passionately remind us to keep our focus on the children, and that not enough board members, she said, are focused on children. And so I want to say that talking about this during Election Day is only about safety and security of our children and our students in schools. And so I've been begging for attention to be placed on student safety. So at this time, I do have 5 questions that I would like to present to whomever and however they will be answered. They don't need to be answered today, but because I will not have the opportunity to present these questions in a committee meeting, all the questions are about students and student safety. But first, I have some information to contextualize my questions about Election Day, which is first just a reminder that Akron has 384,337 registered voters. Now, not everyone in Akron votes in every election. So looking at how many people voted during the primary election last year, we had a little over 15,000 people vote during the primary election last year. The last time, because it was March, so the May primary was over 17,000. So how many people were in our schools voting for each election? North High School had over 200 people. Helen Arnold had over 200 people. Buchtel, I am the Buchtel cluster board member, had close to 400 people voting in the primary election during the school day last year. So this isn't just the safety of some students. This is the safety of students across our district. ELIT CLC, according to the data I found, had over 1,000 voters because there are 5 precincts that vote at ELIT. And so I'm not just talking about Resnick, because Resnick did have 731 at the last primary election, and there's another location that had 623, so there were over 1,000 voters sharing one single lane entrance. And Ward 8 also, that's only some of them, does have an election this year that I think will bring in a lot of voters again. So the 5 questions I have are, 1, can you provide some historical school attendance data from the past primary election day? We have an idea of how many voters were in our schools on the school day. I'd like to know about how many students were in the school on the school day and how many students called off of school for primary election day. And I'd like to know, question 2, how will schedules, routines, and the instructional day be impacted by increased foot traffic and potential disruptions from various community members coming in, using the bathroom, using the school office and other places in our building? 3, and this is really my primary question, is what communication plan is in place to survey feedback about this day and inform parents, staff, and voters about the safety protocols and access procedures, like how we'll handle emergency situations or fire drills or something like that if it happens while we have a building filled with other people. I've heard stories of teachers who are stuck in their classrooms even for lunch. They hold lunch in their classroom during the school day. And also I've heard stories of teachers during other primary elections who couldn't teach because half their class wasn't there. So there's no reason to move on with their lesson.
Excuse me, Madam President. This should be brought into the committee meeting and not here, because this is just we're talking about the committees and their reports, but this should come to the committee. And I would like for you to send that, email that to us, though.
I asked for this in the committee, and I was told I was not allowed to have this in committee. I have 2 more questions.
I think this is not the yes.
Mr. Alexander, yes, I'm recognizing you, Member Molnar. Just give me a second. Mr. Alexander, just for a point of order, Member Molnar, can you finish with your questions, and then we'll address, because I was already there as far as issues that should be brought to the committee, and that this was mentioned before. But go ahead with your 2.
Yes, I did. I brought this to committee.
That's fine. With you're on your next question.
Yes, but I do want to clarify. I brought this to committee and was told committee would not address it. So, 4.
Not true.
What is the cost of additional staff or security that will be needed to oversee the operations and ensure a smooth flow of both school activities and voting during the school day, since we're holding school during the school day? And then, because I hope this isn't all put on principals. There are principals in some of these buildings that have never even been in a building on election day. So who is supporting them to organize something that they have never experienced? And then number 5, my last question is, how have we collaborated with local election officials and law enforcement to address logistics, voter accessibility, traffic management, and safeguards to prevent canvassers and other community members from accessing students as they're entering the school building on the school day? And are background checks being required for poll workers and other non-school personnel who have access to various aspects of our buildings, our elementary buildings? And should voters come prepared at all polling locations to go through metal detectors or bag scanners or some of the buildings? Or are voters going to be held to different standards than community members who volunteer to read or students who come in to learn?
Thank you, Member Molnar, for your questions. And as you said, you can email those, and I think also when you send them to the chair, as well as Ms. Falk with operations, because I know that Ms. Falk had addressed those concerns and questions, and that we unpacked it, I thought, very thoroughly at a meeting that I don't recall. So I'm not going to call Ms. Falk back up here, but maybe she can follow up with you to reiterate the answers that she gave you last time.
No one has answered these.
Ms. Falk, okay, I'm going to move on. Do you recall when you came up here and you addressed why the voting had and why? I remember it's a recorded meeting, so maybe Member Molinar, and we're going to move on, is going to email and CC the chair as well as you, and then so that she can get those in writing.
But as a parent, voting day has not been communicated to me.
Okay, thank you, and you've been recognized, and so we're ending discussion with this to move on. All right, so that was for instructional policy. Next, we have equity. See, Member Sykes, this is why I get lost in it. You understand? I was ready to go again. Okay, so equity committee, yes.
Thank you, President Jackson. So, equity committee finished preparing its draft on the Comprehensive Operations and Institutional Oversight Policy 2260.06. So the Equity Committee brought this to the Legal Committee. We presented it to Legal on March 17th. The Comprehensive Operations and Institutional Oversight Policy establishes a board-level Comprehensive Operations and Institutional Oversight Committee and an executive director-level Chief of Institutional Oversight to oversee the implementation of comprehensive educational and operational strategies within this and other district policies. So, as a reminder, this work was 10 hours of the Equity Committee going through line by line, trying to make sure that we have someone using data to distribute resources to our students and staff and provide without using the word equity, equitable action. So legal, this has now been brought to legal. I believe legal said that they will have a first read of it, but they will handle the appropriate readings and timing of policies from now on related to fairness and resource distribution. But until then, the Equity Committee remains on schedule. All future dates of Equity Committee have been announced, beginning with the next meeting, which is scheduled to meet April 7 at 5:30, back with our chair, Member Hall.
Thank you, Member Molnar. Any questions or comments? Member Molinar, thank you. Member Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you guys for spending all that time on this committee, but I would like to get back to the work of the students. And so since we have not officially changed the name yet, and it's been, what, 3-4 meetings of discussion of this committee, I would like to see what have we been missing out as far as with the students throughout this time frame of redoing this committee. So next meeting, I would definitely like to hear about what has been done far as the DEI or whatever that we're doing, what we've been doing since nothing has changed yet. I would like to see what's going on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a point of privilege and clarity for the community members that are watching, our committee meetings as our board meeting are open, and they're open to both community responses, and board members are privy to ask your board any question that comes up in committee. Member Autry, I want you to know that I recognize and heard your comment that wasn't an accurate statement, but in any event, I needed to be clear on the mic that our meetings are open. The community members can sign up to speak just as they do at a board meeting, at a committee meeting. And any board member that has a question as they sit around the table as a board member has the right to ask a question within committee. And so if anything, we're moving on, but I'm making this statement. So if anything, if you are told that if that is not a standard procedure to where in an open meeting, if a question is posited when a discussion is happening, you should go forward with the questioning. Now, I'm not sure of the particulars, but I'm saying this for the recorded meeting. Just as the community can come in and sign in to ask questions and to engage, which is something that this board collectively, myself in particular, was adamant about, that we need to be able to talk back and forth because it was limited in this setting, that you can share and voice your opinion. And because I heard the unreadiness from Member Autry, I wanted to make sure, and I know she was not mic'd, that I do recognize that I heard you as Member Molnar also shared hers. And it's important we talk about transparency and people having a voice. So that's why it's put it in writing with the email. And Ms. Falk, who is our operations specialist. I know I just made that name up, I think, but I know that you followed up with those things and that you'll be able to address that. Moving on, is there a motion to approve the previous meeting minutes?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly seconded by Vice President Alexander. Any discussions? Excuse me. Seeing in we're at the motions to approve the meeting minutes. Yes. Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please. No worries.
You're in good company. Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
It's in there, right? Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next is our personnel recommendations. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you, President Jackson. In the area of the personnel matters, are there any questions for Section 10? Section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I wish to recommend the approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 10 through 20, please.
Is there a motion of approval for the personnel recommendations on categories 10 through 20?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice President Alexander. Any discussion? Yes, I'm sorry. Member Autry, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to acknowledge in item 10.5, the retirement of Megan Mannion. I believe she is largely responsible for so many of our grants that we've received over time. I do believe she used to be the principal at Rankin, and I remember her, which is actually no longer there. It was torn down just in the last several weeks. But she was the principal there for quite some time. I remember her inviting me and us collaborating on getting PTAs going in that cluster. And so she's done a lot of good work for us, and I just wanted to wish her well in her retirement.
Thank you, Member Autry. Any other discussions? Okay, seeing and hearing none, roll call, please.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so we're at section 21. 22. Now, I'm going to tell y'all this in this meeting. Because, so I can get clarity. I have no problem if I don't know something. Every time, this has been a third meeting where we stop at 20. And then when I go on to approve categories 21.1, then someone said, oh, wait, stop. We stopped at 20. Now people are saying we're at 22. So is there anybody around this table or in our audience? Because I'm just reading and I'm flowing through the agenda. We stopped at 20. Now because I don't like keep messing up, and I think I'm reading the script now. I'm just going, I'm like my students. I don't mind learning, but once I get it, I'm going to get it straight. But I keep coming to this point. Like, I'm really serious. Because we stopped at 20. And each time when I go, is there a move? Is there a motion to approve the personnel recommendations from 21.1? We get into the thing and someone says, wait a minute, we stopped at 20. So I'm saying on my sheet, y'all, it say 21.1, and I don't want to be in error, and I'm sorry to belabor this, but I want to get it. I'm not going to keep fumbling through this. Member Hall.
I think it was the discrepancy when we would do 10 through 20 and then jump to 26. But I wrote it down. I broke it all the way down for myself this time. I was like, I'm ready. So I knew this was 21 because personnel is 10 through 21. But then we would skip 22 and 23, 24, 25, and then we would go to 26. So we would skip from 21 to 26. That's why I questioned it at the last meeting. But 22 through 24 is board letter and so forth.
25. Okay,
so,
gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so when I do the approval, I'm at 21.
You're 21.
Exactly. So now I'm on 22.5.
We're on 22.
4.1.
22.1.
22.1. 1.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so now we're at, so 21.1 was the approval of personnel recommendations. And so now we're at, it says 22 through 25, board letters and resolutions. And motions in the consent agenda.
See, we always skip that part.
Okay, so ain't nobody understanding what I'm asking. Member Harrison, you recognize.
I would ask that 22.1 be taken off the consent agenda so we can discuss that item. Retention of consulting service.
Okay.
And it is down for 25.1 for consent agenda. I think that's where I get confused as well. It will be in the letter, then it will be in the consent agenda.
Right.
So I would ask that we would take 25.1 off consent agenda for discussion.
22-1.
22.1, you mean?
22.1, and it's on the consent agenda for the vote.
Vote at 25.
At 25.
So you want it removed off a vote, 22.1. Well, if you move it off of 22.1 for the discussion, because you want to discuss it, which she can make that recommendation to remove some from the consent agenda so that it can be discussed for the consultant, where it says the retention of additional competent consultants under board letters, the first one, 22.1.
Page 14. Oh, you on your computer.
To remove it off of the consent agenda.
25-1. 25-1.
Because it's in the, it's
in both.
Because it's part of the, yes, sir.
Okay, so we vote for the right, 22.1 and 25.1, right?
Member Molnar?
I have a question too, because I think as Member Hall and I kind of had a sidebar here, so I can say what it was. It's not that we stop at 21, it's that we then skip the board letters. We skip 22 and 23 and go straight to 25. If we discussed 22 and 23, would we need to remove them off of the consent agenda because we've already now discussed them ahead of the consent agenda? Is that why they're on the agenda ahead of the consent agenda?
Good point. Member Molnar, that sounds, I mean, that sounds, yes, that makes, see, sensible stuff, can click in my mind. That makes sense, that since it's being discussed here, we're already having a discussion, so it doesn't need to be removed. The 22, yeah. Is that cool? All right, so that's, so do you recuse?
Yeah.
Because it's on the agenda to be, so it's being discussed now.
Okay.
You understand? Okay. Thank you, Member Molnar, for that. Thank you.
Point of clarification from.
You still could remove it if you chose to, so it would be a separate vote. The only way it could be a separate vote is you can say, I vote no on 22.1 and 25.1, yes on the balance, if you want to keep it in the consent. But if you wanted to go around the whole table on 22.1, you'd have to remove it. But it's probably not necessary as long as you capture it when you vote on the consent part, because it's still part of the consent agenda, even though it's being discussed.
But so you can just vote no on it if you decide not to, because it's being discussed.
Yeah, but you can't have it both. You can't discuss it and leave it on a consent. So if it's discussed, it's off of the consent, as with 23.3. Okay, so if we discuss it at 22.1, then we vote, but we can't vote, we can't discuss what's on the consent agenda. That's the purpose of the consent agenda.
That's true.
Yeah, that's what I was understanding.
Yeah, that's true.
If it was on the thing, but no, because when I heard Member Molnar's rationale, it made sense, like, since it was listed on the agenda for us to discuss, but then you clarified, Lord have mercy, and if it's on the consent, because I remember Ms. Sykes had stated that earlier on when requested, like when she first came on about taking stuff off the consent agenda. So let's just take it off so we can discuss it. And then we're going to end the discussions with this because for the sake of time, it's a simple thing. Mr. Harrison has requested that it be removed from the consent agenda to discuss for further discussions. And then that way it's still going to go voted up or down. So, and we don't have to do a roll. Do we have to do a roll call vote to remove it off the consent agenda?
Yes. So
Is there a motion to, the motion has been made by Member Harrison to remove item 22.1 from the consent agenda.
Madam President, you really do not have to vote to remove an item off the consent agenda when a member just simply requests it. There is not a vote.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's why we need a real parliamentarian. Because I recall, and the reason I asked Ms. Sykes, because I remember I was vaguely, but since I wasn't certain, I couldn't stand on it, and I had no backup, but thank you for confirming that, because I thought this happened before, where you said that. All right, we'll move forward. We're not, because we talked about this, we went 2 and 2 to talk about it, so just removing this from the consent agenda?
No, what I'm going to say.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you.
It's on the consent agenda.
I am going to say at this point that there's discussion concerning this, that we're going to move forward.
I have 2 other items I'd like to remove from the consent agenda.
Okay, we'll make the motion.
Well, I was waiting to be recognized. I would like 23.2 and 23.3, also known as, and that's why I was trying to understand why they are there, 25.3 and 25.4 removed from the consent agenda.
All right, then it's free. I'm sorry. Okay, so each item's been removed from the consent agenda. So we can talk about them. It'll just be good if in advance board members will look at the agenda so we could do this before we come into a meeting. But in any event, they're removed. So we're here. And the first thing is the retention of consulting services.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Chair.
Harrison.
Madam Chair, the reason why I didn't do it prior, I was waiting on numbers, and that's kind of the hold up sometimes trying to get an understanding to figure out if it needs to come off or not. My question is, looking at the legal services that we have, that we currently employ, and the best way that I could, the list, we don't use all of the legal services we don't use all of the legal firms that we are contracted with. I understand that. But currently we are in contract with 7 legal firms for various reasons. And this legal firm is located in Cincinnati, Ohio. And so as one of the members of the board stated before, it's a good practice to be comfortable with legal services and either to meet with them, to know something about them. And so when I look at a firm that's located in Cincinnati, Ohio, I hear that we are trying to eliminate redundancy. I find that we've spent last year $1.2 million in legal services. We're at 930-something thousand to date in legal services. So I would like to know exactly why we need to contract another legal service, and especially one in Cincinnati. Are they going to do something that the providers we have now cannot do?
Thank you, Member Harrison. Ms. Carter, Superintendent, I'm sorry. Ms. Carter. And just for clarity, we don't pay anything unless we solicit their service. So even though they're on retainer, it's not anything out of our pocket unless we engage with them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And so this particular firm will be doing some investigation for us, and we do utilize firms for different reasons. And so this particular firm will focus on just HC matters and personnel matters.
Honestly, I think that I think it's clarity. Thank you. Member Harrison, do you have any additional follow-up?
I didn't hear what she said, but the superintendent enlightened me. So it still needed to come off the consent agenda because his explanation still said it needed to come off the consent agenda. So thank you.
Yes, yeah. And so can you repeat some members?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry.
I was saying.
No, I'm good.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Carter. Member Molnar. Yeah, or unless there are any other board members with questions concerning what 22.1? Okay, Member Molnar, with your numerous ones that you requested to be off, you can start with the next one.
Yeah, so first, can I ask if it was helpful, what information the rest of the board missed?
I think that would be an executive session if an explanation was needed, but it involves specific employees. So I think that would be an executive session question for what my concern was on there.
Okay. Thanks. So 23.2 says it's a Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching grant, and so this is something that, as part of the consent agenda, we could not discuss. But in reading it, it looks like the district is going to get $100,000. So I was wondering, is this something that has been presented already? Is there something that we can refer back to about this?
So this is really exciting work because we applied to, and good evening, everyone. We applied to become part of this convening, a national convening and we were accepted as Akron of one of 25 districts in the nation to be part of the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching and Learning. And you know Carnegie unit, they've been around 115 years, right? They are the educational forefront of everything you talk about in education. They are probably the thought leaders in that space. So we're very excited to be a part of this next wave of work that they're looking at, which is called the Future of High Schools Network, which is how we are better preparing students for their post-secondary options. The Carnegie Foundation sent a contingency here at our last Akron in Action and spent 2.5 days here with our schools, and our middle schools in particular, learning about the work that we're doing. And when they looked to the next wave of work that they wanted to practice on and bring leaders together on, they asked us to apply. We interviewed and were accepted to be part of the contingency. So the $100,000 is to offset any travel expenses and probably more. So to be part of the convening for the next 2.5 years, we'll have leaders attending, contributing to those practices, helping shape some of those policies from our lens here in Akron, Ohio. So the $100,000 is for those. So it's not costing us anything out of pocket other than our time and talent that we're bringing to the table on it.
Awesome. Congratulations.
It's very exciting.
Thank you.
Superintendent, please.
Let me also add, board members, we're new to this particular wave of the work, but this work was started, I think, under Dr. Mack, Fowler Mack. So when I came in as superintendent, we finished the last of the work this past summer.
Correct.
Right, yes.
Right, they included.
And so this is a new wave of the work, still same Carnegie. We were fortunate because we had to apply to get into this, but it's just a continuation of working with them in our district partnership.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Molnar.
Thank you, and thank you for letting us have this time. I didn't know if there was another presentation we could refer to, but as we speak so often as a board about positive media for our district and enrollment initiatives, the fact that we're getting $100,000 from Carnegie, that really sets us apart from other districts, and I think that is something for us to have the opportunity to celebrate and highlight. So hopefully look forward to hearing more. And then 23.3, I was under the impression we were discussing that in executive session.
Yes.
So I had nothing to say. I was ready to listen, but I don't know why we would vote on it before executive session if we were discussing it in executive session.
No, this was a question that came up for clarity from Member Harrison, which the call for an executive session, because I thought it deserved, when he asked the question, for him to get the clarity, because it was a good question. Not that it was, he's the only board member that I heard from, but it was sensible, his questioning, but not that it was stopping necessarily moving forward. But that is an accurate statement.
Yeah, that has to go to executive session.
So does that mean the
As
plan?
an SRO. Oh, that's a different, this is the police, the superintendent just clarified that it's a separate thing.
If I may.
Yes, Superintendent.
President Jackson. Yes, this is, I'm not sure exactly how this would be done, but the item would need to be moved to after you come from executive session. So I'm not sure how that happens here.
You can just take time on the agenda.
I'm sorry.
You can just take time on the agenda if you want to discuss it in the executive session. You can come back and
Vote on that particular item.
Mm-hmm.
We still got to vote until we come back from executive session.
Okay, so that item was just tabling until we come back from the executive session. So that's, what is it, 23.3? Right, 23.3? Okay, so 22.1. Treasurer, are you writing this?
Yep.
And then I know 23.3, and someone said 25 something? Okay. So for clarity, 22.1 and 23.3 are being tabled to after executive session. Are those the only two? And 25.1 is a part of that, so is that what you're saying? Because was that one of Member Molnar's too, 25.1, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's covered under, I'm just trying to make sure that. What is this? So 25.4 as well? Yeah, so it's 22.1, 23.3, and 25.4 that will be tabled until, the vote will be tabled until we come out of executive session. So at that point, then there's no need for 26.1. Is the approval of resolutions and motions in the consent agenda. But we'll do that again, 26.1, then, because we can't approve it because everything been taken off the consent agenda.
25.3.
Excuse me, sir. Oh, yes. No, respect, I understand. 25.2 and 3 are what so it's a motion to approve 25.2.
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved by Member Molnar, excuse me. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's been 25.2 has been properly moved by Member Molinar and second by Mr. Alexander. Any questions? Seeing and hearing none. Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall. Motion carries 7-0 on 25.2.
Did you call me?
Did I miss you? It was on purpose. No, it wasn't. Ms. Jackson.
Yes. Thank you. Next, is there a motion to approve 25.3?
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved by Member Molinar. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Call for the vote, please.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next is the Business Affairs recommendation. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Jackson. I wish to recommend the approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in Category 27.
Is there a motion to approve the business affairs recommendations in Category 27?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any questions? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please, Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. There is no unfinished business at this time. There is no new business. However, there is a need to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G3 to conference with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject or pending of imminent court action. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Vice President Alexander and second by Mr. Harrison. Any discussion? Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
President, I really do hate to bring this up, but this language indicates that we're going to end to discuss pending or imminent court action. And that would may be the case for a subject matter that we're going to discuss, but that does not include the contract with the police. That is not an intimate or court action. So we want to use the correct language in addition to this to make sure that we're going into executive session correctly.
So we have to add the contractual
Yeah.
clause. It's a contract.
Yeah, so do you have that language there? So let's use that.
Thank you, Member Sykes. And on my paper, let me see if I got an old thing. Which I don't think I do. No, I don't have it.
Let her know. Let her know.
This is not the, public, it's supposed to be that one about public contracts and employee.
She's going to ask the attorney to get it for you.
She's gonna have an attorney.
The attorney's coming to get it, to give you the right one.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. The problem is because when we send this information, an email sent, and we have a script, typically all the information is here to read properly. And so I have to be honest, in this moment, I'm thankful that Member Sykes called it out to not put us in a compromising position. However, as I went to look for my other paper, because of some of the matters that we're discussing.
That's coming from our attorney. It's collective bargaining. Number
Okay.
6. That's what he said.
So number 6.
Yeah, number 6, collective bargaining.
Okay, so
Madam President, so let me move to motion to amend the motion to recess so that you can just add it to what you said. So I would just move that we, amend the motion to recess.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved by Member Sykes to amend the motion to recess. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Vice President Alexander. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
You need to read the motion. You need to
Oh,
read the
you
motion.
got to add that, the amended motion.
Okay. There is a need to, the motion is, I already said it for Ms. To amend the.
Pending or imminent court action and.
There is a need to go into executive session to Ohio Revised Code 121G to consider them, to conference with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject of pending or imminent court action, to prepare for conduct or review negotiations of bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of employment, to consider the employment or discipline of employees and other officials pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G3.
Yeah, it's better to read more than less.
Yeah.
So we get it all in.
Yeah. Because of that.
Yeah.
Yes, now you have to vote. Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We stand in recess at 8:40 p.m. into executive session. Good evening. We return back from executive session at 10:26 p.m. There is no action. Well, there is action that needs to be taken. Is there a motion to approve 21.1?
22.1.
22.1, excuse me. Is there a motion to approve 22.1?
Madam President, I make a motion we approve 22.1.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Alexander. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Okay.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Abstain.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Miss Autry.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention.
Thank you. Is there a motion to table 23.3?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to table 23.3.
Second.
It's been moved by Member Sykes and seconded by Member Autry. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
I abstain.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention.
Okay, our next meeting will be held on Monday, April the 10th, 2025. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved by Member Autry, second by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall, Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We stand adjourned at 10:28 p.m.